to all counsel, we started with a leave to appeal from chambers, hence the 10 minutes delay. And we apologize for that.
Today is the 21st of May 2023 in Court GB. I'll be calling the first matter on the roll, CC 29 of 2020, Campbell Temple.
Advocate managed to consult with his client yesterday and he did get instructions, but I've just been informed by our office that another role has collapsed in one of the other courts and we might be able to proceed before another judge from tomorrow. So I request that this matter just be postponed until tomorrow, the 1st of June. The accused is in custody to see if we can proceed before another court. As the court pleases.
As your Lordship please kindly so correct.
This case is postponed with the accused in custody. It's postponed overnight and it's postponed for hearing. And it shall proceed in another, before another court.
Right, nyaya ichaenderera mberi mangwana nditi uyezve unenge wakutomira pamberi perimwe dare nditi saka ucharamba uri muusungwa tichaonana mangwana nditi. Understood, my lord.
Yes, Lord.
We are now proceeding with the matter of the week, CC 67 of 2020, Sevilla and 4 others.
The court pleases the appearances for the state as before.
I confirm my appearance for accused 1 to 4. I'm Advocate Malesa Latifo, instructed by TT Attorneys.
My Lord, I confirm appearances as before on behalf of accused number 5.
Yes, sir, we remind you that you are still under oath.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, we may proceed.
Proceed also.
Yes.
Mr. Mse, good morning once more.
Good morning, Advocate.
Just a reminder, yesterday before we adjourned, there was a request that, can you read your statement for the record to the court? That request is still stands. Yes. May I sit down, Your Lordship?
Thabo Yohanes Musia state under oath in English.
Translate the paragraph. Translate the paragraph, it's fine.
I am a male sergeant aged 41 years old with PESAL 706-1013-4 and ID 7710315310-083. Employed as a forensic field worker under the SAPS at Springs Local Criminal Record Center, corner 5th Avenue and 11th Street, Alfa Romeo Building in Springs. Excuse me, my lord, I wouldn't prefer to read my address here. Thank you, my lord. On the 4th of June 2019, Colonel Buthelezi from Crime Scene Management, Pretoria National Office requested my written statement regarding the murder scene at address 13511 Kutlanong Street, Mzamo Section, extension 11 in Vosloorus.
Okay.
Case
Okay.
636 of 10/2014 and Springs LCRC reference number 1237 of 10/2014.
Can you repeat the case number?
Case number 636 of 10/2014, my lord.
636 of
10/2014.
yes, proceed.
She explained the reason for my statement is to explain the manner in which the crime scene was handled, since I was the first forensic investigator who visited the scene of murder incident occurred at the above mentioned address on the 26th of October 2014.
The statement ke umeli acela usergeant uMosiya asifunde kangalendlela sabhala uyena ke uMr Musiya ngiuthabo Johannes Musiya ngisho lokho ke ngesingisi ngumuntu wesilisa usergeant oneminyaka u41 ubudala washo ke personal number yakhe esemsebenzini ID number nokuthi ke usebenzela amaphoyisa eSprings futhi ke ihhovisi asebenzela kulona e5th Avenue nase 11th Street eAlfa Romeo iBilidi asizoyifunda ke address yakwakhe ngezi-4 June 2019 uKenneth Buthelezi osuka kwa CSM ePretoria head office wangicela ukuthi angibhale phansi istatement emayela nendawo yesehlakalo la kwashona khona umuntu kwa 13511 Kutlanong Street eMzamo section extension 11 eVosloorus. Icase number yakhona ke ku 63610 ka2014 Springs LCRC ene reference number 123710 2014. Angicela ke ukuthi ngichaze washo kumina wathi isizathu sestatement sami ukuthi ngicaciseke ngisho nendlela engafica kungayo kwindawo yesehlakalo nanjengoba ngangi iphoyisa lokuqala ukufika khona lapho la kwenzeka khona isehlakalo kwashona umuntu kule address echaziwe zi-26 October 2014.
On the 26th of October 2014, I was on standby as a forensic investigator around Vosloorus, Zonke Zizwe, Don Park and Reche Park SAPS policing area. At about 23:45, I received a call on my private cell phone where a reporter identified himself as Brigadier Ndlovu reported a murder case to me. Brigadier instructed me to go to Butsilong Hospital.
26 October 2014 ngangi ku standby emsebenzini eFosloras kule indawo ezahlukene izonke izizwe iDon Park neRecha Park. Kwathi 11:45 ebusuku ngathola ke ucingo ku cellphone yami, ngithola ke kumuntu owayichaza nanjengo Brigadier Ndlovu engichazela ukuthi khona indawo yesehlakalo sokubulala eyenzeka. Wangicela ke noma wangitshela ke uBrigadier Ndlovu ukuthi angiye kwisibhedlela saseButhilong.
When I arrived at the hospital, there were many people at the car parking. I approached the two uniformed subs members, explained about the murder scene, and they lead me to the crime scene.
Ngathi mangifika ke khona esibhedlela ngathola kunabantu abaningi la kuma khona ke imoto kwi parking. Ngaya kwababili engababona begqoke uniform yamaphoyisa, ngayichaza ke ukuthi ngubani, ngase ngibacela ke futhi noma ukuthi bangitsheleke ngendawo yesehlakalo bangithatha bangisa khona.
At about 00:20 hours 27 October, I arrived at the scene of at the crime scene at the above mentioned address. I met Brigadier Ndlovu on my arrival, who related the crime scene to me, of which I attended. I then asked for the summary of what happened, the information regarding how many suspects were involved, firearms, number of shots, the time of incident. This is according to Brigadier Ndlovu.
Okay. Ngathi uma ngifika ke noma ke zakwathi zi-12 ebusuku nge-27 zika October ngafika ke khona kwindawo yesehlakalo kuleli kheli elichaziwe, ngahlangana khona ke no Brigadier Ndlovu. Uma ngifika owasengitshela ke ngendawo ngesehlakalo leso, ngase ngibuza ke ukuthi kafushane nje ngichazelwe ke mayelana nokwenzeka, nginikezwe imininingwane ngokumayela nokuthi abasolwa babe bangaki, futhi ke ibhamu futhi kwadutshulwa kangaki, isikhathi sesehlakalo ngaye ngokusho kwakhe ke uBrigadier Ndlovu.
According to the first information of crime, at about 20 hours 26th October 2014, two African males entered the house where there were 5 adults and 2 children in the house. A known soccer player was shot inside the house, then the suspect fled the scene. The victim was taken to Butsilong Hospital and died on their arrival. A crime scene tape across the yard entrance found on the scene.
Gogo mininingwane engayithola ke ukuthi kwenzakalani, ngathola ke ukuthi ngo-8 ntambama 26 October 2014 kwakunabalisa ke bomdabu ababili abangena endlini la kwakunabantu abawu5 abahlezi khona kanye nezingane ezimbili phakathi endlini. Osaziwayo ke webhola leinyawo owadutshula khona lapho endlini, base ke abasolwa beshiya indawo noma sebebaleka ke, wathathwa ke lowo wadutshula wasiwa eButhilong kwisibhedlela saseButhilong, owathi ke washona khona lapho. Uma ngabe esefika kwase kubiwa kuvalwa ke khona lapho ngetape yasemaphoyiseni.
I thereafter tried to take control of the crime scene. There were people inside the house, detectives interrogating the witnesses, and I asked them to use one bedroom. I then started to do my preliminary investigation, and I noticed a silver walking stick, a bullet hole next to it, bullet jacket, a scotch white brown head on the kitchen floor. There was another bullet hole at the back of the kitchen door on the frame, which I also photographed and collected to secure them.
Emuva kwalokho ngase ngizama-ke ukuthi ngiyilawuleke indawo leyo yesehlakalo. Kwakunabantu ababengaphakathi endlini, kukho futhi-ke nabaseshi-ke noma ama-detectives bekhulumisana nofakazi. Ngase ngibacela-ke ukuthi basebenzise ikamera elilodwa. Ngase ngiqala-ke ngophenyo lwami, ngabona khona-ke ukuthi kwakunenduku yokuhamba abathi-ke i-walking stick esilver. Kukhona futhi nembobo yenhlamvu eduze kwayo. Kukho futhi-ke nalokho okubizwa ngokuthi-ke i-jacket yayo inhlamvu. Kwakunye kanye futhi-ke nesigqoko esi-white esikhona lapho phansi ekitchen. Kwakukhona futhi nenye imbobo yenhlamvu ngasemuva kwesicabha sasekitchen. Engathatha isithombe sayo, ngase-ke lokho ngase ngikuhlanganisa.
I contacted Captain Matebula, late in bracket, duty officer, to contact the task team from Provincial Crime Scene Management for assistance. When the task team arrives, I explained the crime scene to them together with my duty officer, and we proceeded with the crime scene and took over from me. I collected exhibits. All collected exhibits were processed on the 28th of October 2014. On the 28th, okay, can I stop?
You can proceed.
On the 28th of October 2014, all forensic exhibits were handed by, I think I make a mistake here. Were handed by hand at Pretoria FSL Ballistic and Biology Unit for analysis. The incident of a murder scene was reported 4 hours later, and the crime scene address was not yet known on the time it was reported to me. Instead, I was told to go to hospital. All the delays before reporting the matter to the relevant role players might have compromised the crime scene.
Okay. Ngase ngikhulumana naye-ke uCaptain Matebula ukuthi-ke yena-ke axhumane nethimba ithimba lesifunda lakwa-CS nakwa-CSM ukuthi baze bazolekelela. Lathi-ke uma selifika noma-ke i-task team ifika leyo, ngase ngibachazela-ke ngokwenzekile kuyona indawo leyo yesehlakalo. Saqhubeka-ke ngokuthi senze umsebenzi khona lapho. Bonke-ke ubufakazi obacoshwa lapho bahlanganiselwa ngezi-28 October 2014. Kwathi ziwu-28 October 2014 bonke ubufakazi base bulethwa-ke khona la ePitori kwase kulethwa khona la ePitori. Isehlakalo salowo owabulawa senzeka noma sachazwa emuva kwamahora amane senzeka. Futhi-ke ikheli angizange ngilinikwe ngenkathi ngibikelwa ngaso isehlakalo. Ngase ngitshelwa nje noma ngatshelwa ukuthi angiye esibhedlele. Konke-ke ukulibaziseka okwabakhona ngaphambilini kokuthi ngitshelwe kungenzeka-ke ukuthi ikona-ke okwaba nokuphazamisa okukubangelayo khona kwindawo yesehlakalo.
I know and understand the contents of this statement. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath to be binding on my conscience.
You mean binding on your conscience?
That's correct, man.
Can you interpret for my client's interpreter? This last paragraph is very important.
Ngiyakwazi-ke futhi ngiyaqonda-ke lokhu okuqulathiwe noma okukhona-ke okubhaliwe kulesi statement. Futhi-ke anginankinga ukuthi-ke ngingakufungela futhi lokhu ke kuyiqiniso kumina ke konke okubhaliwe noma okhona kule statement.
So this document is binding to your conscience, Mr. Msia.
That's
Confirm.
correct.
Thank you, sir. Let's go back to yesterday. You still remember that this affidavit, the purpose for you to depose this affidavit, it was in relation to the case number 37501 of 2019, which or whereby the investigating officer, it's Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi, Joyce Buthelezi, and Warrant Officer Mishak Makubo. Do you agree?
I was not aware during the time I was asked to write the statement, my lord. As I've explained on the very same statement I received yesterday, the reason, the reason Colonel Buthelezi for asking me to write the statement, I stated that it is to explain the manner in which the crime scene was handled, since I was the first forensic investigator who visited the scene of a murder incident occurred at the above mentioned address, my lord.
Nkathi ke ngibuzwa izolo bengakwazi ukuthi imbangela yokuthi ke uKenel Buthelezi angicele ebengibuzela elinye icala eliwu 375 nanjengoba ngisho lana ke ngichaza ke ukuthi isizathu ngokwala ukuthi kwakuthi ngichaze indawo yesehlakalo leyo eyenze sokubulala ekwenzeka futhi ke ngase ngichaza nekheli la kwenzeka khona.
And who is the deceased in the other case? Whom did you understand to be the deceased in the other case?
375.
I don't understand the question, my lord.
The other case, did you understand, did you know who is supposed to be the deceased in the other case?
No, I was not aware of that case at all, my lord.
Ngangazi lutho ke ngaleli elinye icala.
Is your lordship referring to case 375?
Yes.
Did you understand that?
Yes, I got
All right. Yeah, I don't feel like I've been answered. Just to guide you, I'm saying, now, I said we depart from yesterday. Here we are today. And then, still, with the understanding of yesterday, if you didn't understand, now you can confirm now, you, Thabo Johannes Musia. The reason for you to have written that statement on the 2019, it was pertaining to the case number 375, as you requested by the investigating officer of case number 375, Joyce Buthelezi and Mishak Makubo. Is it clear?
To further explain that, my lord, Colonel Buthelezi, first time when I met her, she introduced herself belonging to the unit that I'm working under at the moment.
Sorry.
She said she's working under crime scene management, my lord.
So forensic division.
Yes, that's correct, my lord.
Wathi ke uma siqala ukuhlangana yena ke uKenel Buthelezi uma eyichaza ukuthi usebenza kuphi wayichaza ukuthi usebenza ke la noma kule unit le engisebenza kuyona manje.
That's why I gave her the statement through my will, my lord.
Ingakho ke ngamnikeza ke istatement leso ngingaphoqewe noma ngokuyiphumela nje kumina.
At your free will. So this was about you in this statement. to explain, as the first forensic officer visited the scene of crime in 2014, 26 of October.
That's correct, my lord.
As to,
lana ke ngangichaza nanjengoba ngangiyiphoyisa lokuqala elafika laphayana ziwu-26 October 2014.
as to how did you find the scene in your own definition or explanation?
That's correct, my lord.
Nokuthi ngafika kukanjani noma isimo sikanjani kwindawo yesehlakalo.
And you've said your findings, your observation. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
And then I can be right if I say, or you will correct me. I may be wrong in relation to your observation or your findings. If I can take you to paragraph 10 as a relevant one, that you explain the way you find the scene. You explain your suspicion or your, let me not say suspicion, but I'll say suspicion reluctantly.
It's my
Findings.
My viewing of the crime scene when
Yes.
on my arrival, my lord.
Indlela engabona ngayo uma ngabe ngifika laphayana lokho ngikubhalile lapha paragraph 10 indlela engabona ngayo ngathi ngifika khona lapha.
Yeah, remember even yesterday we've talked about not the semantics, but when I was, I needed to find your standpoint in relation to the last adjournment, whereby your contention was that you cannot be pursued. You cannot be convinced. I even talk about the TLBs and the Caterpillar, that they won't remove you from what you have seen and what you have observed, insofar as that scene was concerned, that it was not contaminated. You didn't even suspect that it was contaminated. You remember that?
I remember that.
Ngiyayikhumbula ke ngisho ukuthi ke ngendlela engabona ngayo ngendlela engafika kuyikona kwangekho nezinsolo zokuthi kukhona okwenzeka noma kwabakhona ukuphazamiseka.
Mr. Msia, having read this statement, your statement, whereby you were given all the time available to you on this earth to write what you have find, to write about your findings at the scene, which by then, when you deposed this affidavit, I even did my poor maths because I've never done mathematics, and I don't want to give away my age. The last time I did mathematics, it was in the so-old called, Your Lordship, the standard 8 by that time. But I'm not old. That's where I left maths. I pursued history. So, but now, I think, I remember you agreed with my maths that by the time you deposed this statement, it was 4 years, 4 months. You remember?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngishilo ukuthi nkathi ngibhala noma ngenza lesi statement kwakusemuva kweminyaka emine nezinyanga ezine isehlakalo sesenzeka.
And then you have agreed that Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Buthelezi was helpful, was very kind to you. She didn't put pressure on you. She said, at her own time, call me to come and fetch the statement. You remember that?
That's correct.
Ngasho nokuthi ke akazange afake ingcindezi kumina uKenneth Buthelezi wanginikeza isikhathi esanele ukuthi ngihlale phansi cabange konke ngikhumbulayo engikwaziyo ngibese ngibhala sona ke istatement uma sesilungileke ngixhumane naye eze azosilanda.
And even today, after you read this statement, you don't regret. Am I wrong?
regret doing.
Regret having written this statement, and there is nothing also you regret about as far as the contents of this statement are concerned.
No, I don't regret, my lord.
Angisoli ngalutho ke ngobhala le statement akukho futhi engithi ke ngiyakusola khona la okubhaliwe.
And with your experience of 14 years in the forensic, and 16 years of service, are you still in the police now?
I'm still in the police, my lord.
Ngisasebenza emaphoyiseni kunamanje.
How many years of service today?
16 years and some months, my lord.
Kumanje nje ngineminyaka ewu16 kanye nezinyanga ngisebenza emaphoyiseni.
Okay. So, you have been doing this job for quite long. Hence, you don't regret any of the contents contained in this statement after you read it today.
That's correct, my lord.
Angisoli lutho nasemuva kokuthi ngisifundile namhlanje angisoli lutho ngaso noma ngalokho engikubhalile.
Okay. Let me find out from you, Mr. Musia, having read this statement, that you are still cannot be moved insofar as the allegations of contamination of that scene is concerned. After reading this statement, you don't have a change of mind today.
What can I explain is that the crimes, I can only explain my time of arrival from the time of reporting the incident and my time of arrival on the scene. As I've explained, I never suspected any tampering of the crime scene.
Engingakusho mina ukuthi kusukela nkathi ngithola umbiko kwaze kwayisikhathi la ngiyofika khona ke la isehlakalo senzeka khona angizange ngibe nayo insolo noma angizange ngisole lutho ukuthi kukhona okwaphazamiseka noma kukhona okwenziwa kuyona le ndawo yesehlakalo.
Which time or which date are you referring to?
The date I attended the crime scene, my lord, the 27 midnight.
Ngikhuluma ngalesikhathi engafika la ngaso lapha yana ke kwakuyi 27 sekushayile ke nehora leshakalo nehora lika 12 ebusuku.
27, 20 past 12, 27. October 2014.
That's correct.
You are referring to that date?
That's correct.
All right. No, I'm saying after you read this statement, do you have a change of mind or not today insofar as the allegation of contamination of the scene is concerned?
Do I have the same?
Did you change your mind?
No, I don't have any change of mind regarding the crime scene, my lord.
Angashintshi lutho kwangisakhuluma lokho bengikusho ngaphambilini.
You still don't suspect that the crime scene has been compromised?
I think, to my understanding, whenever I was mentioning compromise, I was...
Compromise, synonymous to that compromise is contamination.
According to me, to compromise, I think, is the disturbances that might arise, or any thing that might happen in the crime scene that might disturb, not deliberately.
Ebengikusho ke lana mina ke mangikhuluma ngophazamiseko khona la kwistatement ukuthi ngikhuluma nje ngento engasithi mhlasimpe yenzeka hayi ukuthi yenzeka ngenhloso.
And I sympathize with you because Musia is Msotho and here we are talking English here. I just want to... I've developed a room to accommodate you insofar as understanding of English and the terms is concerned. Because I just want to be sure. What do you mean? That's why I said, in my context, when I say compromise, I'm referring to the contamination. Remember, the contamination is the buzzword here, insofar as that is concerned. So, do you understand our terminology here, insofar as that thing was concerned? And, where you don't understand me, you are free to ask me. You are free to say, I didn't understand that. Is that fine?
That's correct.
Okay. So, my question is still stands, because even myself, I think it will also be fair to me, and we can give that leverage or a benefit of doubt. When I don't understand you in your explanation, am I allowed to say, can you explain? I don't understand. Am I allowed?
Yes, you are allowed, ma'am.
All right. Actually, I didn't understand your answer when I say, today, do you have a change of mind or not? What is your answer? Insofar as the contamination of the scene of crime in that house, which used to be the scene of crime, because I understand the house has been sold. We cannot call it a scene of crime. But during that time, in our time, when things were still new, now we are talking about approximately 8 years later. Okay. So now, after reading your statement, how do you explain to me that you don't have a change of mind insofar as the contamination of the scene is concerned, especially when you read paragraph 10 of your statement? And if you want to answer me and you want to go back to that paragraph 10 to get to understand how will you answer, I'm not denying you, you can go back, so that you can give the answer that you yourself you understand, and so that I can also understand.
My Lord, what can I be able to answer for in this court would be during the time of arrival on the scene and my relationship with the crime scene itself until the handing or transporting of exhibits to FSL. That is the area where I can be able to answer questions only, my Lord.
Engingakuphendulela-ke mina la noma engasho ikhulumele ngesikhathi engafika ngaso kwindawo yesehlakalo nokuthi futhi-ke ngafika ngabonani ngafuthi ngenzani-ke kwase kuba yilesikhathi khona-ke la ngithatha khona-ke ubufakazi ngibuhambisa.
Okay, so let's go to other issue, which was also not clear. After reading this affidavit, something came up different to your previous evidence. That will be under paragraph 3 of the affidavit. Let me read it for the record. Then it says, on the 26th of October 2014, I was on standby as a forensic investigator around Vosloorus, Zonke Zizwe, Don Park, and Reger Park, SABC, policing area. At about 23:45, I received a call on my private cell phone where a reporter identified himself as Brigadier Ndlovu, reported a murder case to me. Brigadier instructed me to go to Butsilong Hospital, close quote. Did you understand this paragraph?
Yes, I understood that.
Okay, yes. You remember previously, it was that you received the call. And here I want to believe that when you say reporter, you mean to say the caller.
That's correct.
Okay. You received the call. The caller happened to be the late Major General Ndlovu, by then a brigadier. Informing you about the incident of shooting, where a well-known soccer star was shot. So you were advised or instructed, whichever way it suits you, advised or instructed. Because you're a police, let's use instruction that you understand better than any other thing. So advice is for me as a lawyer. So you were given instruction to go to the scene of crime, which by that time, the late Major General Ndlovu did not give you the address. You remember?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngaphambilini ngisho kubufakazi ukuthi ke uma ngaba wayesengitshela ke ongasekho noma seshonile ubrigadier uMajor Ndlovu waye ubrigadier ngaleso sikhathi wangitshela ukuthi angiye kuleyo ndawo yesehlakalo kodwa engazange anginikeze ikheli lakhona.
Yes, and you had to find the address on your own after you have been at the police station. Which police station was that?
It's Fosloras Police Station.
Fosloras Police Station.
Ngayitholela ikheli emuva kokuthi ngaya ke police station yase Fosloras.
Yes. And that you also alleged that non-provision of the address to you for such serious sin, and in terms of the reaction time, you were delayed. You remember we said you arrived there 35 minutes later.
That's correct.
Yes.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ngisho ukuthi ngafika ke khona lapho emuva kwemizuzu u35.
Delay was caused because you were not given address. If you were given address, you could have gone there straight. Am I correct?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngasho nokuthi futhi ke ukulibaziseka kwabangelwa ukuthi ngazange nginikezwe ikheli uma ngabe ikheli ngangilinikeziwe ngangizoya khona.
Because that area is your area. You stay in K, and then you were to go to Fosloras, isn't it?
That's correct.
You understand me?
Futhi indawo ke leyana engingathi ke engisebenza kuyona ke noma ngiyijwayele.
Yes. So it means that you could have been there from K to Fosloras. You could have been there within 35 minutes, less than 35 minutes actually. Am I correct? If it wasn't because that you were not given address. Should they give you address? Should the caller, Major General Ndlovu, give you address? You could have went there straight, and you could have been there before 35 minutes.
That's correct, man.
Kuyiqiniso nokuthi ke uma ngabe ikheli ngangilinikeziwe ngangizoya khona ke la isehlakalo senzeka khona ke singashayanga lesa sikhathi sika 35 minutes.
If you were to estimate according to yourself, and then you know the area, how many minutes could you have taken? Approximately. From your place to Fosloras, to the scene of crime.
I think that 30 minutes is still appropriate for the time I reacted to the crime scene, my lord.
No.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke leya mizuzu engayithatha ke ewu30 kuseyisikhathi nje ekuyisona ukuthi ke emuva kokuthola umbiko nokuyofika khona lapha ya.
Adding to that, whenever I receive a call from home,
Just stop there.
In that time of the night, I'm sleeping. Then I need to wake up, prepare, and make sure that if everything that my equipments are right. Then I cannot just wake up and get into the car.
Futhi ke okunye ukuthi ucabangeke nesikhathi lesiya engathola ngaso ucingo ukuthi ngisendlini ke ngilele ngalesiya sikhathi kufanele ukuthi ngivuke ngilungiselele futhi ke ngibona ukuthi konke ke engisebenza ngako noma engizosebenza ngako kukusima ngiyakuthola angikwazi nje ukuvuka bese ngene emotweni.
Mr. Msia, I said to you, stop before you say what you just said now, because I don't want you to invite me in your bedroom. Once it's left, you are going to tell us you were sleeping wearing pyjama or not wearing pyjama. So what I want to know, I say, can you estimate, because you've agreed with me that 35 minutes is too much. Should I have been given address by the late Ndlovu, I could have been there within 35 minutes. So what story are you talking now to say, no, even 30 minutes is still fine? When I ask you to say, no, allow me to talk. When I say to you, at your own time, can you estimate? You know the area. So myself, if I have to estimate, you could have been there in 15 minutes. What do you say?
I have said 30 minutes is not that much bad. It's as if I can calculate the distance from my home to the crime scene. For that, the crime scene is not far from police station. I don't think that 30 minutes, I estimated plus minus 30 minutes.
Angisho ukuthi ke lo 30 minutes noma 35 minutes akusona ke isikhathi esibi ke noma esiningi kangako ngoba ke ukusuka la ngihlala khona ukuya la isehlakalo senzeka khona noma ke ukusuka epolice station ukuya la isehlakalo senzeka khona ke akusilona ibanga elide.
So from police station to the crime scene, how many minutes can you drive?
Can be five minutes, my
5 minutes.
Ngakuthatha ke nemizuzu emihlanu kusuka epolice station uye la khona ke isehlakalo senzeka khona.
And you are driving the car.
That's correct, my lord.
Uhamba ngemoto.
And 5 minutes driving is not even a kilo. Am I correct? It's not even a 700 meters to drive.
5 minutes.
Yes.
Walking or driving?
Driving. It's driving.
Your comment?
No comment, my lord.
You remember last time we talked about Section 36 of the Constitution, limitation of the right. You remember?
I don't remember, my lord.
Okay, I'll remind you. I even said to you, as the person who is as a cross-examiner, and you are the recipient of the questions and to answer, to provide answers and assist this court to reach well-informed decision, you have to cooperate with this court. And I said to you, no comment, no, I cannot answer that one. To me, it's not an answer. I don't take that. I say, 5 minutes when you are driving, distance, it's not even more than 600 meters. What is the response?
5 minutes. Driving.
For now, I can give you an example now. When I leave this court, I walk to my office, Church Square. I don't even walk 5 minutes. I walk less. So you are driving. In the still of the night, everybody is sleeping. Not even the traffic of the witchcraft, Yabalui, disturbs you. Free flow. Comment. Oh, when I say value, I don't mean my colleague here. I mean those people who are causing havoc to the dreamers and the snorers during the still of the night. I'm waiting for your comment.
I think
We don't mean to interfere with Malena's friend's cross-examination, but he's putting his own estimation as to how long it might take, the distance that it might take to cover, or the time it might take to cover 5 minutes, and the witness says, he can't estimate that. I don't think we can take it any further than that, my lord. I think it's something my learned friend
I
can
think
give
his answer is
for
yes, no
argument.
comment. And Advocate Tefo seems to be saying he has no right to say no comment.
Your Lordship, this witness, Thabo Johannes Msia, is so very experienced, is so very capable to answer all my questions. So it cannot be correct that my learned colleague, Advocate Baloyi, would wish he was in the witness stand and answer on behalf of this witness. This witness can answer for himself. And he can estimate, and he's got that right to estimate.
And where he says he has no comment, what do we do? Do we ask him to say something else? And if he says something else, would it be his answer or the answer prompted by us?
The no comment, as I said, Your Lordship, I said, no comment for the experienced, for the expert of forensic. It's not answer. It's just been disingenuous. It's just been.
But do we argue that now, or do we wait for argument and then bring that into the argument? I mean, the way we do it in court.
Yes, no, because with no answer, Your Lordship, I may not have a way of arguing at the end. So he can estimate anything, because I even give him the nearest examples. Because if he can say no comment, how many that no comment will be anticipated? It can be the beginning of no comment.
I don't know, but I don't know of a rule that says a witness is not allowed to say no comment. If you know of that rule, you can appraise me of it, then we'll enforce it upon you.
Mr. Msia, on that one you say no comment, still no comment.
that's correct, my lord.
All right. Let's progress. Still on the same paragraph. I received a call on my private cell phone where a reporter identified himself as Brigadier Ndlovu, reported a murder case to me. Brigadier instructed me to go to Bosilong Hospital, close quote. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did hear that.
All right. As compared to now, after you read this statement, after you read this statement, as compared to previously, do you remember, what did you say previously when you said, no, you received the call from Brigadier Ndlovu? What did he say previously? When you phoned him first time, what did he say? What instruction did you give? Did he give you?
I said he was not in a position of a crime scene address, and he instructed me to go to the station.
Ngaphambilini ebengikushilo noma engakushoba ukuthi uBrigadier Ndlovu nkathi ke engishayela ucingo wathi ke akakho kwesimo sokuthi anganginikeza ikheli wasethi angiye e police station
for the address,
to seek to seek the crime scene address, my lord.
ngiyoyifuna khona-ke police station ikheli lala isehlakalo senzeka khona.
All right. Mr. Msia, as an officer of the court, a police officer, an expert for that matter, with so many years, are you aware that lying under oath is a criminal offense?
I am aware of that, my lord.
Ngiyazi-ke ukuthi uqamba amanga ufungile noma-ke uthathe isifungo ukuthi lokho-ke kuyisenzo sokwaphula umthetho.
Are you aware that you came here at this court to testify and not to lie to this court?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiyazi ukuthi ngize la ngozonikeza ubufakazi angizile ukuzoqamba amanga.
And you've raised your hand and say, help me God to speak the truth, but nothing but the truth. You remember those?
That's correct, my lord.
Ngiyazi ukuthi ngikufungele lokho.
Yes. All right, let's start. And let me remind you, in your previous testimony, during under cross-examination, you said, Brigadier Ndlovu phoned you and instructed you to go to the crime scene. And he did not provide you with address. It was out of your own experience as a long-serving, experienced police officer that in the situation whereby I was not provided with the address for such a serious crime scene, out of your own discretion, you went to the police station of that area and asked, and whatever you told them, but you didn't say that. But I guess you said, guys, Sergeant Musia. No, I'm Constable Musia. You were Constable by that time, remember?
That's correct.
Yes. I'm Constable Musia from Springs LCRC, and I've been given instruction by the senior officer, Brigadier for that matter, in Lofu, to go to the crime scene where the well-known soccer star was shot. The issue of you going to the police station, it was out of your own discretion. It was not there. Ndlovu never even talk about you go to police station. He just didn't provide you with address. And you used your discretion to get the address. And you got it from the police station. So why today are you saying now, instructed you to go to police station?
By the time I was asked to write this statement, I think it was 4 years later.
No, we are not there. I say, why now today you say, you talk about the police station as if Brigadier Ndlovu talked about the police station, where he did not talk about the police station. He just didn't provide you the address of the scene of crime. The police station was you. Why now are you mentioning police station?
I mentioned the police station I've mentioned the police station because I was struggling to find the address. Then, from my home to hospital, the road would pass by the police station. That's why I ended up entering the police station.
Imbangela yokuthi ngichaze noma ngisho ngepolice station ingoba-ke ngase ngidideka noma ngayitholi-ke le ndawo noma ikheli leli. Futhi-ke uma usuka kwami endlini uya khona-ke esibhedlele umgwaqo udlula khona-ke epolice station.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have the qualms with that. But now, where I've got a problem, I don't want to say this is a lie. I respect you. You're an adult. You cannot say adult lie. You know our culture. So, why today you say the late Major General Ndlovu mentioned you to go to police station? Well, previously you made it clear that the wrong, if there was any wrong, that Major General Ndlovu did was not to give you the address of the crucial scene of crime. Why now are you saying, okay, let me call it the way it is. spade a spade. Why today are you lying? Saying Brigadier Ndlovu instructed you to go to police station and get address.
I think I'm not lying, my lord. What I can explain now, as I've said, the road to the Butsilon clinic passes by the station. I ended up entering the station.
The road to Butsilon police
Yes.
station.
Then
Okay.
after I entered the police station and asked for their help, and they contacted the vehicles working outside to lead me to the crime scene, and they confirmed they are in the hospital, and I went to hospital, and that's why I explained that I went there, and there were people on the car parking. I approached the vehicle, the marked vehicle, then I spoke to them, then they lead me to the crime scene.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke akusikona ukuthi ngiqamba amanga ngiloko ngokushoyo engachaza ukuthi indlela ke esuka kwami eya khona ke eButhilong eclinic idlula khona epolice station. Lokho ke kwangibangela ukuthi angisengene epolice station ngabachazela ukuthi ngize ngani kwayibona ke abaxhumana nezimoto ezingaphandle zabatshela ukuthi isebhedlele ngaya ke ngaleyo ndlela esibhedlele la ngishilo khona ukuthi ngahlangana nababili ababegqoke iuniform ngaya kuleyo moto yabo base bona ke behamba nami beya la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
Mr. Msia, after you read your own statement that you were given chance to write, as from today, as you are under cross-examination in relation to this statement of yours, because the more you are answering, the more you are confusing. You are confusing me. You are confusing this court. Let's come to this one. That what we can agree with. I don't care whether you say yes or no, but it's there on record. It's that. First time when you got the call from Brigadier Ndlovu was to go to the, in your own explanation, the well-known soccer star has been shot. Go to the crime scene. Okay, maybe I'm jumping something. Did he mention the well-known soccer star by the name, or he just say well-known soccer star?
He mentioned his name, my lord.
Washo ke ukuthi ubani owashona wambiza ngegama.
And you find that you know you are aware of the soccer star.
That's correct, my lord.
Ngayithola nami ukuthi ke ngiyamazi lo muntu akhuluma ngaye.
But by that time you were not aware that he was shot. You hear the breaking news from Ndlovu. Am I correct?
Can you repeat the question?
That was the news to you when you were told that well-known soccer star Senzo Meyiwa has been shot. Go to the scene of crime.
Yes, that's correct.
Angiqala ukuzwa ke ngathi ngitshelwa uyena ke uNdlovu ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi ke wadutshulwa.
Now, where I'm saying there is now a confusion, and you have to want to explain, to clarify it, to help this court, to help me, because the way you are giving the answer now, I'm becoming confused, and once I'm confused, I become something. Can you clarify this one? That actually, I found something new. The crime scene, when you enter at that police station, let me give you that benefit of doubt that you did enter the police station in search of the address to the crime scene. Was the crime scene at Makumalo's place, or the crime scene was at the hospital with Silong?
The crime scene?
Yes. Which one is a crime scene now? Because I found a new thing now. So I don't understand whether when you got inside the police station, you were asking about the crime scene as to Silong Hospital or the crime scene at Hamakumalo.
Crime scene was at the address written on my statement, my lord.
La isehlakalo senzeka khona ke kukula kuleli kheli elibhaliwe kwistatement sami.
There are two addresses here that I can tell you
Maybe on
that.
that note, let's adjourn for tea.
is asking for a copy of the statement.
explanation of the scene. You said the scene you are referring to the address of without being specific. Because in your affidavit here, according to you, there are two scenes of crime. That I think I know, but it's only you who can tell that. Because you put the address that we all know. 13511, Kutano Street. And then, paragraph 3. There is another scene of crime whereby Brigadier Ndofu instructed you to go to, which is a Bosilo hospital. Yes. Between 13511 and then Bosilo hospital, which scene of the address are you referring to? That you went to, that you got into the police station and asked, where is this address?
Is the secondary scene where the deceased was the deceased was taken to hospital. It was hospital.
Engangibuza ngayo ke mina ke uma ngena e-police station kwakuyisibhedlele la umufi wathathwa wasiwa wahanjishelwa khona.
So we have got the secondary and the primary addresses. The way I understand.
That's correct, my lord, because the deceased was on his way to hospital, my lord.
So lana isinendawo embili ke ila atithola khona ukanye futhi nasesibhedlele ngoba ke wayesendleleni eya khona esibhedlele ngaleso sikhathi.
Which one is a primary address?
The primary address, my lord, is the one in Kutlanong Street, Mzamo.
Eyoqala ke iseKutlanong Street eMzamo.
Where he was shot.
That's correct, my lord.
La atithola khona.
Okay. I didn't know about the primary and the secondaries. So now, he was then taken to Botsilong Hospital. Then that is a secondary address.
That's correct, my lord.
Yeah. Can you explain why we've got the primary and secondary for the one person?
The primary is where the primary scene, crime scene is where the initial incident occurred. And the secondary crime scene is the place, is the scene which is the second scene from the primary.
Okokuqala ke sinale ndawo la adutshela khona ke wase okwesibili ke ehanjiswa ke esiwa esibhedlela ingakho ke sinale indawo ezimbili.
All right, I don't want to assist you, Mr. Muse, because I need to understand, and I need also this court to understand clear. Why are you a witness here, and then why should your evidence be considered somehow? In terms of the secondary, are you saying that it's a secondary because that's where he was shot at the primary scene, 13511, Kutano Street, in Fosloras, and thereafter, and in other words, primary it means initial.
That's correct.
Scene of crime. All right. Then he was taken to the secondary, where you should get help from the gun wound. Am I correct?
That's correct, man.
And we agree that he was shot.
That's correct, man.
Okay. All right. Now I get education. But now, initially, I was laboring under a very wrong impression, because all along when we say the scene of crime, I thought we were referring to 13511. Not knowing that 13511 Kutano Street is a primary. Now that there's a new thing now, that is a primary. But it was never came out like that initially. Do you agree? You never educated me along those lines that we've got the primary and secondary. You remember?
Yes, I remember.
So all along, I think it's the same also applies to court, that we were laboring under impression that Always when we say the scene of crime, we are referring to 13511 Kutano Street. Now you have corrected us, and I thank you. Am I right to say I thank you?
You are right, madam.
Sorry. And so, now that I understand, you are saying you got into police station and asked them, where is Botsilong Hospital? Because the late Brigadier Ndov instructed you to go to the hospital, Botsilong, in terms of your affidavit. So he did not. May I be right? Maybe if I say he did not know where is this address, Botsilong. So he just said to you, go to Botsilong. Maybe he just thought because you are staying in the area, you may be knowing the area, the place, Botsilong Hospital. Am I right to think like that?
No.
I'm not right. So, okay, what is the correct way? If he can tell you that the soccer star has been shot, go to the scene of address, go to scene of crime, but he didn't provide you with address. But now, we know now, that scene of crime, that address, should have been Botsilong Hospital, not at 13511. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct.
All right. Okay, clarify to me. Why did you get into the police station? Which address, which scene of crime did you want? Ask for.
The address is in Zamo section, madam.
Inhloso yokungena i-police station ngangiyobuzisa ngaleli kheli leli elasemzamo section.
Mr. Msia, don't be evasive. I'm saying to you, you have just explained to me, and when I thought I understand, you now want to take me back. It's not even back. You just take me in the doldrum, in the center of the sea, the place which is called nowhere. I'm saying to you, when you got into at the police station, Fort Loras police station, which scene of crime, the address were you asking for? Was it for the scene of crime of primary or the secondary, which is the Botsilong Hospital?
The reporter,
The caller.
yeah, the caller made me aware that he was not in possession of the crime scene. And then,
And that is Brigadier Ndov.
that's correct.
Are you done? No. My question is, yes, Brigadier Ndov didn't give you the address of the scene of crime. So you use your own discretion, you got into the police station thinking that they will assist you, and they did assist you. Did they assist you with address of the primary scene of crime or the secondary? That's my question.
The officer I found in the community service center in Fort Loras, he communicated with the vehicle which was working outside, and the vehicle was already in hospital by then. And I went to the hospital to meet the vehicle which was to take me to the crime scene, my daughter.
Okwenzeka e-police station lo engamfica khona lapho wasexhumana nemoto engaphandle kwatholakala ukuthi leyo moto leyo isesibhedlela ngase ngiya khona ukuthi leyo moto izongithatha ingise la isehlakalo senzeke khona.
So, are you saying, insofar as what you call secondary scene of crime, which is a hospital, Botsilong, that one you know Botsilong?
I know Botsilong.
Isibhedlela sona ke ukuthi lo ngiyasazi.
All right. So, then why did you get into police station to ask for address?
I was
If you knew Botsilong?
I was making the means to can have the address in time so that I can respond to the crime scene, my lord.
Inhloso yokuthi ngingene police station kwakuwukuthi ke ngithole ikheli kwangesikhathi ngizokwazi ukuthi ngiye khona lapho.
But is that true that when Brigadier Ndlovu phoned you, he said, first time, he said, go to Botsilong Hospital, for which he knew the address? Is that so?
Can you repeat?
I say, first time when Brigadier Ndlovu called you as a forensic person, and that for that fact, you'll be the first man or the first officer of the forensic at the scene of crime. So I'm saying, my question is that true, what you are saying, that even in terms of your statement, that when Brigadier Ndlovu called you, he instructed you to go to Botsilong Hospital, which is a secondary scene of crime according to you?
That's correct.
And for which you knew you didn't want anyone to assist you with the address of Botsilong. If somebody can just say go to Botsilong, you knew where to go, isn't it?
That's correct.
Beqiniso ke ukuthi wangitshela yena ke ngokuthi angiye esibhedlela futhi ngangazi ke ukuthi sikuphi nendawo.
So now I say, can you now confirm that what you are saying to this court, the initial call from Brigadier Ndlovu was to say, go to Botsilong Hospital. That was the instruction from Brigadier Ndlovu. Was that so?
That's correct.
Ungifonela kwakhe yena ke uBrigadier Ndlovu wangitshela ukuthi angiye esibhedlela saseButsilong.
Then why did you go to police station to seek for the address while you knew Botsilong?
Because I was aware that the address, the crime scene address, was still not available, my lord.
Imbangela ke ukuthi ngingene police station noma yena ke engitshelile ukuthi angiye esibhedlela ngangazi ukuthi ikheli la isehlako senzeke khona la ngakatholakala.
And the only place that can quickly help me was the police station.
Futhi ke indawo yayinongisiza ke ngokusheshsha kwakuyi police station.
The address that you wanted to have in time, which address are you referring to? Because you know Botsilong.
I said the primary scene, my lord. The address in Kutlwanong, my lord.
Ikheli leli ngangilifuna ke police station kwakuyileli laseKutlwanong la isehlakalo senzeka khona.
But no one phoned you to say go to Kutlwanong. You're only told to go to Botsilong. Finish and clear.
The reporter explained to me that the incident occurred in Kutlwanong, but he is not in a position of the address.
Lo owangifonela wangitshela ke ukuthi kwenzeka khona ke eKutlwanong kodwa ke ngeshwa ikheli akanalo.
No, I'm saying, why would you want the Kutlwanong address? Well, the caller being Brigadier Ndlovu, who is your most senior person, and for which his instruction you respect. Am I correct?
You correct.
And failure to take his instruction, you'll be taken to the disciplinary hearing and dismissed for that matter. Am I correct?
Correct, my lord.
Yes. So now, you know Kutlwanong. I mean, you know Botsilong. Nobody said to you, go to Kutlwanong. You know Botsilong. So, what I want you to tell this court, I said, why was it important for you to go pass by the station while you got the address for which you know you don't need assistance of anybody at the police station? Why didn't you just go straight to Botsilong?
Because I was aware that there was a crime scene where the person was shot, my lord. And Botsilong is where the person was taken to after he had been shot, my lord.
Imbangela ukuthi ngene police station ngoba ngangazi ukuthi ukhona la isehlakalo senzeka khona la umuntu wadutshukelwa khona. iButsilong ila awasiwa khona emuva kokuthi edutshulile.
Actually, the issue of the address for you to get in the police station, for the address of a Kutlwano, for which you were never been told by anyone to go there. It was just your discretion.
I've been told that there was a crime scene that I must attend, my lord, and which the address was not yet available by then. Then I had to go to the station to make some means that so as to respond to the crime scene as quick as possible, my lord.
Kathi ke kuqhunyana nami ngocingo ngatshelwa ukuthi kukhona la isehlakalo senzeke khona ngeshwa ke ikheli la ngekatholakala noma ngalikwanga, so ngakwenza ke mina ukuthi angene police station kuzoba yona indawo ezosheshisa ngokuthi inginikeze lona.
All right. I will leave that one for argument, Mr. Musia, because I can put it to you that, yeah, you are doing your utmost best to be evasive and protect the whole what is the best way, Your Lordship? I want to say the fucked up situation. Don't know if I will be correct. You are trying to want to cover the blunders that happened caused by the police at the primary scene that you call. You become evasive for that purpose that you are trying to cover. And in your answers, I can sense that there is a clear admission that yes, the scene at 13511 Kutano Street was indeed contaminated. And that is supported by paragraph 10 of your statement, where you say the scene was compromised. And you are right, the scene was compromised. You just don't want to accept.
According to my statement, my lord, I said the scene might have been compromised, my lord.
Ngokwestatement esami ke engisibhalile ngishilo ukuthi kungenzeka ke ukuthi kwakhona ke ukuphazamiseka kwindawo yesehlakalo.
So when you say the scene might have been compromised because you were called after 4 hours yourself saying that. So what does this say? What does this mean? Are you not saying that I am 100%? You are not saying that you are 100% that the scene was not contaminated. Am I correct?
I think the scene, I can say the scene was not compromised.
No.
Ngasho ke manje ngithi ke
Since it was left unattended for some time.
nanjengoba ke kuyashiya le ndawo ke kungenamuntu oyibhekile noma oyinakile isikhathi ke ngizosho ke ngithi ke ayizange iphazamiseke.
Just listen to me, Mr. Musia, and if you didn't understand the question, you've got all the right to ask me to repeat. You can say that 10 times, I won't mind. As long as at the end of the day, the truth will come out. Yes. So I'm saying, just listen carefully. I'm saying, after reading this statement, and in relation to paragraph 10 of your affidavit, today, as you are here, unlike previously, today, you, Thabo Johannes Musia, you are saying, in my findings now, when I look back, actually, I should have said, I cannot be 100% to say the scene was not contaminated. Am I correct to say that?
You're correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Kwakufanele ke uma ngabe usho ukuthi ngibhalile ke noma ngasho ukuthi ngangenaso isiqinisekiso ngokuphelele ukuthi akukho kwenzeka.
So let's progress. Now we are going somewhere. You arrived at Butsilong, did you?
Yes, I did, my lord.
What time?
I never make a record of that because I was still on my way looking for the address to the crime scene, my lord.
Angizange ngisibhale ke isikhathi engafika ngaso ebuthilong ngoba ke ngangisesendleleni futhi ngisafunana ke nekheli.
There is a time in your affidavit, and I don't confine you, or I don't deny you the right to go back to your affidavit. and read whichever paragraph can assist you. Okay. But you've got the time that you receive the call from Brigadier Ndlovu, which was at about 23:45. It's at your paragraph 3 of the statement. You agree?
That's correct.
Yes. So, from 23:45, what time did you arrive at Botsilong Hospital?
I never made a record of that. Usually I would make a record of my departure from home and the arrival time at the crime scene, my lord.
Angizange ngisibhale phansi ke isikhathi engafika ngaso esibhedlele ngonjwayelo ke ngibhala phansi ke isikhathi engihamba ngaso noma engiphuma ngaso ekhaya endlini ngibhala nesikhathi engifika ngaso la ngiya khona.
All right. Let me take you back. Exhibit A, page 3. This is your statement. And I, myself, I'll read it for the record. Then you can be helped to get answer so that we can be clear. Tabo Jonas Musia state under oath. This is under oath. Yes. And I want to believe that whatever you say under oath is not a lie. Isn't it? This page 3 of Exhibit A of your statement is under oath. You don't have a right to lie. And this statement of yours, Exhibit D, is under oath. You cannot lie. Right? Yes. Now, let me read it. Tabo Jonas Musia state under oath. I am constable, official draughtsman, forensic field worker, video operator, and photographer in the South African Police Service with number. This is your first number, you know it. I'm not going to mention it. I am stationed at Criminal Record and Crime Scene Management in Springs. On 2014-10-27 at 12 a.m., I attended scene at 13511 Kutwanon Street, Mzamo section, extension 11, Phosphorus, where I met Brigadier Ndlovu, who pointed out certain points to me, of which I photographed. Close quote, until there. Then, let me take you to paragraph 3 of your affidavit. On the 26th of October 2014, I was on standby as a forensic investigator around Phosphorus, Zongi Sizwe, Don Park, and Rechel Park subs policing area. At about 23:45, I received a call on my private cell phone where a reporter identified himself as Brigadier Ndlovu reported a murder case to me. Brigadier instructed me to go to Botsilong Hospital, close quote. These are your two affidavits under oath. You agree?
I agree.
Yes. Now, on the first one in the Exhibit A, you are saying you arrived on the 27th October 2014, you attended a scene at 13511 Kutwanon Street, Mzamo section, extension 11, Phosphorus, where I met Brigadier Ndlovu, who pointed out certain points to me, of which I took photographs. In comparison now, we just want to find out between these two affidavits, which one is making sense to you, or which one is truthful, as they are all under oath. And I told you that you are not allowed to lie under oath. Otherwise, you'll go to prison. So, if what you are saying on paragraph 3 of Exhibit D, that on the 26th of October 2014, while you were on standby. At about 23:45, 15 minutes to 12, you receive a call from, on your private call by Brigadier Ndofu, who instructed you to go to Botsilong Hospital, which now, today I know now, thanks to you, that we know there is a secondary and primary scenes for the one incident of shooting of Senzo Meyiwa. Where have you been? At 0020 on the 27th of October 2014, were you at 13511 Kutano Street for Sloras, or you were at Botsilong?
That was...
Because, let me finish, because, all right, answer that.
That was my time of arrival on the crime scene at Kutlano, my lord.
Lana ke lemizuzu ewu20 emva ko12 ebusuku isikhathi engafika ngaso eKutlwanong.
Kutlano Street, Mzamo section, in Phosphorus.
Kutlwanong Street eMzamo section ePhosphorus.
Remember, I've got the two statements in front of me here. I've got the Exhibit D, as a paragraph 3, and then I've got the Exhibit A, page 3. Which one you are answering in perspective of which affidavit?
I think both of them.
No. Don't be sarcastic. Which one, in terms of which context? Because these two statements, your affidavit, in terms of context, are different. One, you say, at 12 a.m., 20 past 12 a.m., you are at 13511 Kutlano Street, Phosphorus, the address which you didn't know. And then, on the Exhibit D, you say you've been instructed to go to Botsilong. And it cannot be within that short space. You have been at two places. Do you know there's a song that I cannot be in two places at the same time? Which one? Where? At 20 past 12, where were you?
20 past 12, I was at a crime scene in Kutlano, my lord. That was my time of arrival.
But 20 past 12 bengise Kutlwanong isikhathi engafika ngaso leso lapha.
Then what time did you arrive at Botsilong Hospital?
I never took that record. Usually I would took a record of my departure from home.
No, I refuse.
And
I refuse, Mr.
the arrival time, my lord.
I refuse, Mr. Msia. Don't be evasive. Don't continue to be evasive. I've allowed you to be evasive insofar as you and the police station and the 5 minutes to Kutlwanong Street. Now, I'm saying to you, at 20 past 12 a.m., where were you? Were you at Kutlwanong Street at the primary scene, or you were at Botsilong as per instruction of your senior Brigadier Ndofu? Where were you?
I've answered to that, my lord. That was my time of arrival at the crime scene. When I was in Botsilong, I was still in search of the crime scene. I was still seeking help from the police to take me to the crime scene, my lord. I recorded the time of arrival at the crime scene, my lord.
Ngicabanga ukuthi sengiphendukileke lo ngoba nesikhathi la siyasho ukuthi ngo20 past 12 ngifika khona eKutlwanong. Nkathi ngise Botsilong ile sikhathi ebengisafuna ngaso ke ikheli futhi lamaphoyisa angilekelele noma ngisize ukuthi angise khona eKutlwanong.
This is your answer.
That is my answer, my lord.
Impendulo yami leyo.
What are you answering? Because my question is at 20 past 12. Because you were given instruction, a firm instruction, and a lawful instruction by Brigadier Ndofu. You are senior, for which if that instruction you don't comply with, you'll be taken for the disciplinary hearing and be fired. So, in other words, are you telling me that you did not comply with the instruction of Brigadier Ndofu to go to Botsilong, where I would, under reasonable circumstances, I would be expecting you to be at Botsilong by 12:20, not at Kutlwano. If you complied with Ndlovu, 12:20, you will be at the Botsilong Hospital, secondary scene of crime. Am I making sense? You cannot be at two places at the same time. It's not possible.
With the greatest of respect, the witness said he first went to the Ceylon hospital, he didn't record the
My Lord,
time.
let me suppress Advocate Valoi.
No, you
If
cannot
Advocate
rise when-
Valoi want to be on the stand,
If
and
he
answer for the
rises
question.
to say something, let him say it.
Okay, thank you.
It's not a question of being at two places at the same time. The witness said he first went to Butsilong Hospital and from there he proceeded to 13511 Kutlanong section in Zamo. We submit, my Lord, that there's no contradiction there. You know, he states clearly he first went to this place, thereafter he went to the second place. It's not a question of being at two places at the same time. He just didn't record the time of arrival at Butsilong.
Thank you, Your Lordship. I'm emphasizing on this issue of Botsilong, Your Lordship. I say that the witness could not have been at two places at the same time because he is deliberately becoming evasive insofar as answering the time at which he has been at Botsilong. Because in terms of
What I heard him say about Butsilong was that, and he said it more than twice, that he did not record the time at which he arrived at Butsilong.
That's
And
correct.
He only recorded the time at which he arrived at Kutlwano.
At Kutlwano.
Yes.
Yes. That's what he's saying. And
so for me, there's no time at Butsilong. There is time at Kutlwano.
Yes.
But somehow you are saying it amounts to being at
Evasive.
one and at two places at one and the same time.
Yes, that is informed by me. What informed me in terms of being at two places at the same time is in these two affidavits, the time we talk about 15 minutes. Interval. The time he got on paragraph 3, Lordship, the time Brigadier Ndlovu called the witness to instruct him to go to Butsilong, it was 23:45, which is 35 minutes before 12:20. So now, in my categorization or my segmentation of the time of 35 minutes, whereby I even say he's becoming evasive, he was not given instruction to go to Kutlwano. The instruction was one, and not ambiguous.
You see, without interrupting, my sense is that you tend to argue a point at the time the answer is given. Whereas what I'm used to ever since I started working in court is that where there are such issues, we note the answer down, it is on record, and then when we argue, we bring that back to say, this witness said this and that, this is contradictory, or this amounts to being at one and the same time, at two places at one and the same time. But your approach is such that we every answer we have to argue if you don't agree with the answer, and it's something somehow unusual for me.
May I proceed, Your Lordship?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Msia, you will say you didn't record the time when you arrived at Botsilong Hospital. You are saying that because You have been evasive. You have been evasive. You know, in these two affidavit of yours, there is a serious and material contradiction. And you are trying to think on your feet to see if you can get escape route. So I therefore put it to you that you are this witness who cannot be trusted. And that I'll bring in argument that it could not have been possible for you to be at two places at the same time. And I progress forward. If you've got anything to say, you can say.
No, nothing, my lord.
Thank you.
I didn't hear your answer.
The court didn't hear you.
I didn't
Repeat what
hear
you
the
just
answer
said now.
you just gave.
Repeat what you just said
I
now.
said nothing, my lord.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I'm no longer on the time. I just want to know, did you arrive at Botshelo Hospital?
Yes, I did, my lord.
Ngaze ke ngafika eButhilong noma ngaya esibhedlela saseButhilong.
What did you do there? Why would you be there?
I was to meet the vehicle which was to take me to the crime scene.
Sorry. eButhilong ngangizohlangana khona ke nemoto eyayizongithatha ingise eKutlwanong.
Okay. At that particular time?
That's correct.
Ngalesiya sikhathi yebo.
All right. Were you having the knowledge as whether by the time when you were at Kutlwanong, I mean at the Botshelo Hospital, was the disease already there or it was not there?
I've mentioned on my affidavit I received yesterday here, my lord. I said the
Affidavit you received yesterday?
This affidavit.
Oh, Exhibit D.
Yes, Exhibit D.
Okay. Which paragraph is that? Which paragraph are you reading?
I have not yet answered.
For me, he didn't finish the answer.
Pardon?
He's busy answering. Now you come with something else.
No, I hear when you said, it seems as if he's got that answer in the affidavit. That's why I wanted to be with him so that he can tell the court on which paragraph is he. Because it seems like he need that answer in the affidavit, as per what he said.
Do you need the answer in the affidavit?
No, I was not looking for any answer on the affidavit, just to refer if maybe I want to add something in relation to this affidavit.
That's what I'm saying. He's answering. Let him answer. If there's something that arises from the affidavit, you'll come up with it.
No, it was only that, my lord, that I thought he was referring. But if you say he's not referring to any paragraph, you can continue.
Okay, can you please repeat the question? Lastly, please. I forgot.
When you arrived at Butsilong Hospital, was the deceased already there?
Yes, this deceased was already there, my lord.
Dead.
But he was inside the hospital already, and he was confirmed dead by the time I arrived in the crime scene.
Okwenzeka ke nkathi ngifika esibhedlela ke umufi wayekhona lapho esibhedlela kwathi uma sengifika ke la isehlakalo senzeka khona kadujulela khona ngase ngitshelwa ke ukuthi useshonile.
You have to clarify me now because you sometimes speak about two crime scenes. Now you are saying by the time I arrived at the crime scene, he was already declared dead. Which crime scene?
Oh, I mean, by the time I arrived at the hospital,
yeah,
he was already declared dead, man.
Nkathi ngifika ke khona esibhedlela kwakusekushiwo ukuthi esechaziwe ukuthi useshonile.
The court needed clarity from you, Mr. Musia, because you talked about primary crime scene and secondary crime scene. So, was already declared, passed on at the secondary crime scene.
That's correct, man.
Kusesibhedlela lapho achazwa khona ukuthi useshonile.
Yes.
conveying that information to you?
There were two police members I approached at the carpacking in hospital, my lord. They are the ones who took me to the crime scene, my lord.
Amaphoyisa amabili ke engafika ekhona lapha nesibhedlele la kuma khona imoto kwi parking ibonaka bangithatha bangisa eKutlwanong.
So, you are at the secondary crime scene where the initial reason for your information was pertaining the shooting that happened to the person that you are informed that the sad news is conveyed to you that he has passed on, and you are there, and you can go in there and convince yourself or confirm, but you elected not to go there. Then you went to primary scene with the police. Is what happened?
That's correct.
Yebo kuqinisa ukuthi ngatshelwa ngilapha esibhedlela ukuthi ushonile kodwa kangizange ngene khona ngahamba ngaya eKutlwanong.
Then if you cannot go and see the deceased that you were told that he's been shot, and here you are at the hospital, the police officer are confirming to you that he has been certified dead, you still don't see any importance as a forensic person to go and take his photos in that situation. You say, never mind. You go there to the primary scene where you know that you are not going to find the person who was alleged to be shot. Why would you do that? Experienced police officer, expert.
My role, my lord, is to attend to crime scenes. And that's why I was making an effort to be able to find the address so that I can quickly get to the crime scene where the incident occurred, my lord.
Okwami ke ukuthi ngiye la khona ke kubikwa khona ukuthi kunesehlakalo esenzekile khona ingakho ke bengizama ukuthi ke ngithole ikheli la khona ukuthi ngokusheshsha ngiyofikelela khona.
As a forensic expert yourself, is the victim not a primary call to you? Is the victim not important to you? What is important to you is for you to go and take the photographer of the working cash and the items that they are meaningless in terms of their life. Is that what you are there for?
In fact, we are not allowed to take photos inside a hospital, inside any hospital, especially taking photos of someone who passed on. We are not allowed.
Okwenzekayo ke ukuthi esibhedlele asivunyelwa ke noma sumelekanga ukuthi sithathe izithombe futhi kakhulukazi ke izithombe zabantu asebeshonile.
Let me give you the scenario here, Thabo Johannes Musia. This is a scene X. Y has been shot at the scene X. It will happen that Y will be moved to scene W, which will be the secondary scene of crime, according to you, which is a hospital. W is a hospital. Now, when you arrive at that scene, X scene of crime, you'll find that Y has been shot. I may not know or say his or her condition, but there is a victim. You have been called as a forensic person. You find why there. The first thing that you are going to do, Mr. Forensic Expert, are you going to ignore why? Don't take the photo of why. You are just going to be interested. Maybe why was shot at the bottle store. What are you going to do? Are you going to ignore why? Taking the photo of why? You're just going to take the photos of black label lions and everything. Ignore why. Why should not be appearing on your photos during the date of the court or during the trial. Why was shot there? But what we see, the photos, we see the building, bottle store, certain bottle store, Renault bottle store, and the door of the bottle store where people came in, and the window at the back, and the crates of the beers. But ignore, take the photo of the victim. Is that how you work?
As I've explained, my lord, the victim was already in hospital, and we are not allowed to take photos in hospital at all. And my crime scene was the place where the incident occurred itself. And the body once can be removed from the crime scene, I can no longer regard it as my crime scene because it was already removed.
Okwenzekayo ke ukuthi la bese ngishilo ke ngathi abasivubeli nje ukuthi sithathe izithombe esibhedlela futhi ke la mina ke bengibheke khona ke ukuthi la isehlakalo senzeke khona ke futhi uma ngabe ke umzimba ke usususiwe usuhanjisiwe khona lapho angisasho ke ukuthi icrime scene ekuyeyami ngoba ke umzimba ubusuhanjisiwe khona lapho.
Yeah, that is a very much interesting answer, Mr. Msia. So what you are saying is that you left the hospital, you were taken by the two police to primary scene where the body has been removed. And you go there only to take the photos of what we see here in Exhibit B. But the body is not there. You know where the body at the hospital. So now, why then, after the body has been removed and you are aware, why then did you make that crime scene at Courtroom Street your crime scene?
It is my crime scene that need to be attended to. And I was the person available on that time and date to be able to attend that crime scene, my lord.
Kwakufanele ukuthi lapha yana eKutlwanong ke indawo ezothi nakwe futhi ke kwakuyimina umuntu okhona ngalesi sikhathi ukuthi aye khona lapha yana.
I put it to you, Mr. Msia, that when you were there at Courtroom Street, what you call a primary crime of scene of crime, when the body has been removed there, that scene, because the reason for you to go to Courtroom Street is because you've been told that Senzo Meyiwa is a victim. He's been shot. But you went there, you don't find him. I put it to you that that scene was not complete without the body of Senzo Meyiwa. Can you agree?
No, I do not agree, my lord.
Angivumelani ke naloko kushoyo ukuthi ke le ndawo yayingaphelele noma kwangaphelele ngoba umzimba wakhe uSenzo Meyiwa wawusuhanjisiwe.
Why?
I think the victim being or having been not found on the crime scene. It was by the time it was by the time people tried to save the victim's life.
Okay.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke ukungatholakali kwakhe laphayana ingalesikhathi abantu bebezama ke ukuthi bahlenge impilo yakhe.
At what time?
No, I'm
Because
not sure.
at 21:15, he was certified dead at hospital.
I never knew that, my lord.
And not-
Angasazi ke isikhathi asho lokushoyo ukuthi ke ngo9:15 bese chaziwe ukuthi useshonile.
And we will have a witness, Mr. Musia, to testify that when he was certified dead at 21:15, it was not that he arrived at hospital alive. He was just confirmed officially by the medical practitioner that is called from outside. What do you say?
No, I got no comment on that, my lord.
Bengenalo ke lelo lwazi akukho engakusho ukuthi empeleni ke bathe nje uma esengena lapha ebeseshonile vele.
Did you know, or do you have any information that when the body of Robert Meyiwa was taken from primary scene, whether he was alive or not? Do you have any information?
No, I never had any information regarding that, my lord.
Angizange ngizolutho futhi ke ukuthi inkathi ethathwa lapha umzimba wakhe uthathwe saphila noma eseshonile.
So, I put it to you, Mr. Musia, that the fact that when you arrived there at the primary scene, there was no body of Senzo Robert Meyiwa, that on its own is a contamination of the scene because the body was removed without authorization. Because it was taken by the people who don't have a medical training. What do you have to say?
I don't think there's a fair question to the witness without having laid the basis as whether the deceased was alive or not when he left the scene, to say that just the mere removal was a contamination of the scene. We submit that that is an unfair question.
Your Lordship, I've made it clear. I don't know where was my learned colleague. I said, who will call the witness to testify and say, I don't have to lay the basis. The basis are the witness that will be called. Thank you.
Sebaloy?
Well, the objection stands, my lord. The insinuation is that the body shouldn't have been removed from the scene, and the witness has said that the witnesses, according to the information that you received, they tried to say if he's alive. We say, my lord, that it's an unfair question to then suggest that the deceased shouldn't have been removed from the scene.
Can I? Are you suggesting that the deceased or the victim of the shooting should have been left at the scene until Mr. Musia arrives, so that when he arrives, he finds that there's a body at the scene?
Your Lordship, this is, and the witness knows very well with his experience, it's a common practice that if he will be called at the scene of crime, in particular, where there is a victim in the human being, he is expected to find the victim there, and he has to take his photo or her photo. But unless, Your Lordship, unless there has been the ambulance called to come at the scene of crime. It cannot be in the situation whereby, in this regard, it's a common cause, Your Lordship, that the body was removed by the people who don't have a medical training, which is a crime on its own.
Yes, but that's the answer he gave. He says he was told that the people who removed the deceased from the scene did that in an effort to to get him to have medical attention.
Yes,
That
no,
that
I
is-
get that answer. And what I said, I put it to him that that we say is a contamination, irrespective of his answer. I put it to him that that is a contamination of the sea, because the body could not have been removed by the people who don't have a medical training. Because firstly, he himself, not myself, I mean even myself, anybody of us here, we are in court floor where the facts are needed, and we say we do have the witness who are going to attest to certain issues. Like what I'm saying, that we'll call the witness in relation to that.
Your comment, Mr. Musia?
No comment, my lord.
And is your agreement, Mr. Musia? You agree from your April evidence? I may not specify the day, as it cannot quickly, but you'll remember, yes. Yes, you did mention that. I'm glad that even today you still remember that. You say the time in terms of your reaction to delay to be at the scene, primary scene. Now we know that it's a primary scene. It's because it was caused by the fact that people were trying to save life, as that was a priority. And you know that those people, you regarded them as saving life. Those people who removed the body, they are the people who don't have a training, not even one day life-saving course. Do that make sense?
Yes, you do, my lord.
Thank you.
Ngiyavuma ke nanjengobusho ukuthi labantu abawususayo noma bawuhambisa umzimba akusibonaka abantu abaqeqeshelwa noma bakuthola ukuqeqeshwa ukuthi ke bahlenge impilo yomuntu.
Then my question was, insofar as your knowledge is concerned, was the life of Senzo Meyiwa saved by the people who removed him from the scene, primary scene?
No, I won't be able to answer that, my lord. I was not there.
You don't know.
Angeke ngikhoneke noma ngikwazi ukuphendula lokho ngithi bakwazi noma bakhona yini ukuthi bayihlenge impilo yakhe ngoba ngangekho lapho.
It's reasonable you don't know, you're not an eyewitness. Yes, I accept that. We will call the witness and will testify. Say, I become emotional, eh? Senzo Meyiwa died at the scene. 13511 Kutana Street. What you say, they took him to hospital to save his life. Actually, they were going to dump him at the hospital mortuary.
As a court case, my lord, can the particulars of such a witness be as a court be
What behavior is that? I mean,
Pardon me, Your Lordship.
we
Apology.
it's now sounding like a tribal
Apology.
court.
But I said I'm emotional. Just forgive me for that. Sorry.
It's perfectly accepted, my lord. My learned friend is putting to Sergeant Musia that a witness will testify that the deceased died on the scene. Now, we are saying, my lord, that it should be specified who's this witness, so that it can be established as to know what was the basis for that witness for saying so, my lord.
Is it not enough to say we are going to call a witness? And then
Yes, but at least to say so and so will say that the deceased died on the scene. I think the question is too vague, my lord. To say so and so, who's got a medical background, will say that the deceased died on the scene. We are saying, my lord, that the question as it's put to the witness is too vague, my lord.
there you are.
Yes. Your Lordship, with the due respect, I will consider my learned friend Advocate Valoy to be out of order. Because here, we've got a very sensitive situation here. We cannot give away the names of our witnesses, considering the fact that there are serious threats to their lives, even from me, as the counsel of the defense. So how on earth are we going to give away the lives of our witnesses? It cannot happen. It's enough, Your Lordship, to say witness will come and testify. That's the laying of the basis.
Advocate Baloy?
I will not take it further than that, my lord. I think the objection is on record. We can proceed.
Yeah. I do not think that the witness ought to answer this question only if the name of the witness is given. Advocate therefore is an officer of the court. If he's telling us about a non-existent witness, it will reveal itself.
Indeed, my lord, hence I'm saying the objection is on record, my lord.
Okay. Your answer? What was stated to you is that the defense is going to call a witness who will testify that the deceased died on the scene of the shooting. If I didn't state you correctly, you can correct.
That's correct. That's correct, Your Lordship.
Your answer?
No, there is no problem about that, my lord. It's okay. The witness can be called.
Angabizwa ke loyo fakazi ozoza azosho ukuthi ke uma ufike washonela khona la adujulela khona.
Okay.
Yes?
And then the other thing, Mr. Musia, the witness will further testify that when the deceased was taken to so-called that you are under impression of being to the hospital for his life to be saved, he was taken by his car, driven by a non-Tlantla Kilikumar. That will be the testimony of the witness. Do you have anything to say?
Nothing to say, my lord.
Akunalutho engakusho ukuthi ke wahanjiswa ngemoto yakhe ishayelwa uyena uNonhlanhla Kelly Kumar.
But were you aware at any stage that he was taken to the hospital by the private people, whereby the driver of that X6 was Kelly Kumar? Did that information by any stage reach you?
I think whatever that I can be able to help the court with is that it can be my relationship with the crime scene according to my job description as a forensic field worker. There are so many questions that are posed to me, of which I don't understand why are they directed to me. Because
Just
now
stop
I
there,
was,
Mr.
I
Msi.
was.
Just
No,
stop
let
Finish,
him
my lord.
answer. Let him answer. Let him complete the answer.
My role with this case, or my relationship with this case, is around forensic investigation. Only, my lord, and I've tried to emphasize that for previous sitting in this court. But now I'm surprised, now I'm faced with so many questions that are not giving me any sense in relation to what I've explained that I'm related to with this matter.
Ngaphambilini ke ngizamile ukuthi ngiyisize lenkantolo ngokuyitshela ukuthi kwakuyini okwami noma owami umsebenzi khona lapha yana kuyangimangaza ukuthi sengithola imibuzo engahlangene nalokho engangiyokwenza lapha yana ngaleli yalanga.
Yes?
So, Mr. Msia, what are you insinuating now? Are you saying up to so far, as you are under cross-examination, posing the questions to you, and you were answering them? Actually, it started with the state leading evidence. You giving your evidence in chief. In everything that is related to that incident, without any selective, you have been able to answer where you can answer. And at no stage, I have never heard you saying, the question that I'm leading to, or I'm leading with, they don't make sense to me. Mr. Baloyi, don't ask me that question. I'm here for forensic, finish and clear. Ask me, only if you confine. Why do you think now you've got a license under cross-examination to confine a cross-examiner? And to extend that, you even insinuate to me that I'm senseless. I'm not making sense to you. How dare you come to that, you arrive to that?
Yes, my lord, I think the witnesses owed some measure of courtesy. Firstly, I think the word dare is inappropriate in
I can't hear you.
I'm saying the word dare is inappropriate in a court setting, firstly, and secondly, my learned friend can leave that for argument as to the relevance of the questions the witnesses given an opinion. We submit that it will not take it any further to debate this point. It can be left for argument.
Mr. Jeff, how dare you? That is the and your colleague is saying, would you not mind your language? Would you not be courteous to the people who appear before our courts, lest we
Yes.
lest we compromise the dignity of these proceedings?
Yeah. It's the first time I appear before you, Your Lordship. I've never been before you. It's the first time. I've never made a case with Advocate Baloyi.
You?
I've never did a case with Advocate Baloyi in my career as a practicing lawyer. But I've done a lot of cases with Advocate Baloyi's colleagues at this building up there. So, what I've realized, or what I've learned since in these proceedings about Advocate Baloyi, I've got the impression that Mr. Baloyi is I don't know whether he's a fanatic or he's a real linguist, because he's too much into the language, into minding your language, the terms. Firstly, can Advocate Baloyi demonstrate to this court if he understands the meaning of dare? What is the dare meaning? What is the meaning of dare? Is this something that's showing disrespect to someone who says to me, all along, I've been asking the senseless questions to him. He is here for forensic.
Did he say that?
Yes.
Did he say all
Yes.
along you were asking?
Yes. A lot of my questions were senseless.
Because what I understood him to say is that he is surprised. He even used the word surprise.
No, he said, I even written it down, Your Lordship. He said, a lot of the questions were not giving him any sense. They were not giving any sense to him.
Did he say a lot of questions?
Yes, many questions. That's what he said. It's on record.
I've said some of the questions posed to me doesn't give me any sense.
Yes.
I won't even be able to answer to some things, and they coming on following each other like this, and I'm unable to can help advocate people in that manner.
You are not here to help me, Mr. Msia. You are here to help the court. And when you say that the question, the quantity doesn't matter.
Maybe let me rule that way, since you are avoiding answering about the word dare, or you are saying you are entitled to use the word dare. How dare you? Let's pass that. Will you comment on what he has asked? He says he's entitled to say to you, how dare you? That's his answer. So are you prepared to answer the question he had asked?
No, my lord.
Thank you, Lordship.
And I think I should also comment, Advocate Defo, to label your colleague a fanatic. I think it's out of order. I think so.
May I answer to that?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying this in the sense of that if someone in the witness, in the form of the witness, that happened to be the witness of the state, says to me, some of my questions, they don't make sense to him, I take a strong offense, take exception. Because the same witness, I will, when I test him or when I need a response of the certain question that I pose to him, at the end, for him to respond, I will say, do I make sense to you? And many times, he credited to me, he said, no, yes, it makes sense. Then he answered. Why he never at initial stage that make me aware that I'm not making sense to him. So now,
but you are surprising me because you are answering to the witness about, and my question was about what you said about your colleague.
Yes, all right.
You said your colleague is a fanatic. In other words, he is a person filled with excessive and single-minded zeal, especially for an extreme religious or political cause. That's a fanatic. And I said, for me, it's inappropriate for you in open court to label your colleague and advocate a fanatic. That's all I said.
Your Lordship, with your respect, let me withdraw that once and say, actually, this is supposed to be replaced with he's a fan of language.
He said?
He's a fan of the language.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So he's so careful about the words. That's what I wanted to mean. So that may be a slipper of my tongue, which is not the fault of my mind. So in my mind, in the reality, where something is not unto, I will always apologize. Thank you. Can I proceed with the witnesses?
Let's proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Musia, further to that, I think I've given you an answer to say that I'm not going to be allowed to be confined by you. You are under cross-examination. I can ask you anything that is related to what happened on the 26th of October 2014. You are not going to bake the chicken nuts for the public. When the consumer come and eat the chicken nuts, you put a weird conditions. Only if you can show me a beautiful smile, you can eat the chicken nuts. What about those who don't have the teeth? It means they won't eat. And they will die with hunger. So allow me. That opportunity I got. We will never come back here for you to answer the question that I do have. Because I'm here in the best interest of the accused. The accused have been alleged of a serious crime of killing Senzo Meyiwa for something that I must do my utmost best to rebut it, which is the allegation of the state. We've got the 5 allegations here, 5 counts against my client. And then if I cannot make sure that...
Is that still a question to him?
Okay. All right. No, I was just clarifying to him to say he cannot confine me. I'm going to ask any question that is under
I think you have said that.
Yes.
Then what is...
But as long as it's pertaining to the incident,
yes,
and the allegation against my client. Because my client, they've got nothing to do with the matter of...
Now you are making the statement to me. Please ask the witness questions.
Thank you, Your Lordship.
Yes.
I'll do that with the court's permission. Mr. Musia, on the... What is that day? That is 2014 October. It's I got it on the paragraph. Oh, we agree that the deceased was shot. That is a common cause. Am I correct? That he has been shot.
That's correct. Siyavumelana yebo ukuthi umufi wadutshulwa.
There are allegations there that there are allegations here that my client, and this has been specification here, it has been directed to accused number 3, that he is the one who shot the deceased with a firearm, 9mm parabellum. Do you have that information?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. Among the charges that accused number 3 has shot and killed the deceased on the 26th of October 2014 with a firearm, namely 9mm parabellum.
Yes. Answer?
Maybe just a slight correction that the firearm used belongs to was found in possession of accused number 3. That is a state case. I think we did outline it right at the beginning.
Can we go to the indictment?
Can I come in, Your Lordship?
Yes.
I find my learned colleague to be testifying. This witness is very much capable of answering. And he even never asked us to go back. He's ready to answer. These are the charges that were brought by my learned colleague, and it cannot be that when he brought the witness has to answer, he's interjecting now, or he's wishing that he could be the one sitting there on the witness box. If he wants to sit there on the witness box, he must just indicate to the court that
let us understand your question.
He can take over.
Let us understand your question. You are saying, you are asking him if he knows that accused number 3 is alleged to be the one who shot the deceased with fatal consequences. Is that the question?
Maybe the mask is disturbing Your Lordship.
I'm saying, are you asking him if he is aware that accused number 1 is alleged by the state? The number 3 is alleged by the state to be the one who shot the deceased with fatal consequences?
Yes, with a firearm 9mm Barabellam on the day in question.
Yes? Answer?
I've explained to the court several times, my lord, regarding my relationship with this matter. And I wish to make myself clear that I will be able to answer questions surrounding what have I done on the crime scene. I won't be able to answer things that happened before I get there, or things that are not in relation to what have I done. As I've explained, my role on this, my role in this matter, my lord.
Cabanga ukuthi ke bengikushilo lokho ngaphambilini futhi ke kuyisifiso sami ukuthi ngikuphinde futhi ukuthi kuba khona kwami lana ngizophendula ke ngemibuzo ephathelene nomsebenzi engawenza ngaleli langa. Angeke ngikhona noma ngikwazi ke ukuthi ngiphendule imibuzo mayelana nezinto ezenzeka ngaphambilini kokuthi ngifike khona lapha yana noma engahlangene nalokho engakwenza ngaleli langa khona lapha yana.
We'll adjourn for lunch.
When do we come back? Go on. When do we come back? When do we come back? Got it. No, man.
Mr. Lucia, you still under oath?
Yes, my lord.
Yes, let's proceed.
Mr. Msia, you are now conversant or well aware that in this same incident of the death of Mr. Meyiwa, whereby my client has been allegedly considered by the state to have been the one that caused the death of Senzo Meyiwa. You are aware now there are two cases, which is a case, First Lawrence Case 636-10-2014 and First Lawrence 375 of 1st 2019.
Now I'm aware.
Thank you.
You said the first one is?
636, the one that we are here for. The one that invited us before you, Your Lordship. 636/10/2014. They are all the First Lawrence Case. And number 2375 of 01/2019.
Yes.
And you now know the investigating officer of case 636/10/2014 is one Brigadier Kininda and his team. Did you know that? The one that we are here for.
Brigadier that you mentioned, no, I don't know him.
No, I'm just, okay, you are not aware, not knowing him per se necessarily. I'm just informing you that the investigating officer in this 636 is Brigadier Kininda, and he's got his own team.
All right, my lord. I understand.
Ngiyakuzwa ke umuthi leli siphambi kwalo noma singalo la enkantolo lona ke liphenywa uBrigadier Kininda kodwa ke angimazi.
And you know now that under case 375/01 of 2019, the investigating officers, it's Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Buthelezi and Warrant Officer Makubu, the one that requested you to depose that affidavit, which is Exhibit D. You now know.
Now I know.
Yazi ke manje ukuthi elinye leli liwu 3751/2019 lona ke liphenywa uButhelezi noMakhubo.
When you answer me, you must sound talking for the record, because note in the head is not audible in the record. Am I clear?
Yes, my.
Yes. And
You said in 375/1 of 2019, the investigating officer is who?
Lieutenant Colonel J.B. Buthelezi. And then Warrant Officer Mishak Makubu.
Yeah.
Yes. And in these two cases, there are what I'll call the theories. In the theory of 636, for which you are here for as a witness, the theory is that two people entered in the house at the primary address with alleged intention of rob or to rob, and unfortunately, when they left the house, our hero, Senzo Meyiwa, was shot. That is a theory of 636. And that theory led to the arrest of 5 accused that you see today. Can you see them?
I can see them, my lord.
And the state has drafted the charges. There is indictment in relation to the 3 accused under case 636. And then the theory in the case number 375-01-2019 is that Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Buthelezi and Warrant Officer Mishak Makubo, they are saying, according to the evaluation or the findings of their investigation, is that it is nonsensical to say 2 people entered that house. We don't take that, we don't buy that story. Nobody entered that house on the 26th of 10/2014. What is being said under 375 is that there were people in that house on that day. The owner of the house and family and some visitors, including our beloved son of the soil, Senzo Meyiwa. And saying the killer and the murder weapon was in the house. Nobody entered there and killed Senzo. Whoever killed Senzo is in the house or was in the house. Okay. Interpreters.
Go on, don't worry about me. I'm waiting for the witness. Continue.
Okay.
Yes?
No, I'm saying you can continue then when the witness responds, Mother.
Yes.
Okay.
What's your response?
I'm still waiting for advocate to finish his question, my lord.
Your Lordship, I would commonly think that, because I'm addressing in English, the interpreter will not wait for the response. Can always respond to, interpret for my client here.
For me, it's neither here nor there. If
That's correct.
you pose and the answers, and the interpreter gives the question and the answer, it all amounts to the same.
That's how we've been doing it, my lord.
Okay. No.
Yeah, I think let's leave the interpreter to do what he's trained for.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, interpreter. Okay. All right. This 375, that is a theory, as I said. Which the intention for the 375-01-2019, the suspect should be the people who were in the house with the deceased on that day. It cannot be. Some people who were never there, who never even knew that address on the 26th of October 2014, for which those people who were never there, who were not responsible for the murder of our beloved son of the soil, Senzo Meyiwa, cannot now that take the responsibility being charged unlawfully. What do you say?
I cannot comment on anything that that involves investigations itself, and the only answers that I can be able to give are pertaining what have I done on a crime scene, my lord.
Kokushiwo ummeli ukuthi kulamacala amabili ke kubili okukhulunywayo lana ukuthi kuleli esibhekene nalo elila enkantolo eliwu 63610/2014 okushiwoyo noma insolo khona ukuthi kunabantu ababili abangena kulo yamuzi kwakuhleliwe kuwona ngenhloso yokuthi beyobamba inkunzi, kodwa ke ngeshwa kwasekushona yena ke umnumzana uMeyiwa. Okwesibili ke ku3751 ka2019 okushiwayo noma insolo khona ukuthi ke leli eliphenywa uyena uKenneth Buthelezi kanye naye warrant officer Makhubo bona ke bayaphikisana ke naloko bathi cha, angeke kwenze ukuthi kwangena abantu akunabo abantu babili abangena lapha yana umbulali kanye nesibhamu wayephakathi ekhona lapho babehlezi khona. Bisethi ke impendulo kafakazi cha, anginampendulo ephathelene nophenyo olwenziwayo noma olwenzekayo. Impendulo engakunikeza zona mina eziphathelene nalokho engakwenza noma engafika ngakwenza nkathi ngiyokwenza umsebenzi wami ngaleli yalanga.
And can you please have Exhibit C with you, because very soon I'll be referring you to Exhibit C. C. This one. Do you have?
Yes, I do have, my lord.
Yeah, let me refer to page 1 of Exhibit C. This is in relation to First Laura's case 375/01/2019. Can you see?
I can see it, my lord.
And then I will take you to paragraph 3, starting from Director of Public Prosecution. Can you see then the paragraph that I want to refer to start with the state versus? Can you see?
Yes, I can see, my lord.
I'll read for the record just to confirm what I've laid down. It says, the state versus Kelly Kumalo and others, First Laura's case 375/01/2019. Charge, defeating the ends of justice. Investigating Officer Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Buthelezi. Can you see?
I can see that, my lord.
Ngiyakubona ke lokho okubhaliwe lana ukuthi umbuso kanye naye ke uKelly Khumalo nabanye iFirst Laura's 375/01/2019 ukuthi beye baphazamisana ke nobulungiswa umphenyi wakhona uLieutenant Colonel Joyce Buthelezi.
This is a confirmation that indeed this second case The investigating officer is Lieutenant Colonel Joyce Buthelezi, and then they've got their own suspect, for which you will agree with me that where you were at number 13511 Kutano Street is the Kelly Kumalo's address, so home. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that, my lord.
ngiyakhumbula ukuthi la ngangiye khona ke e13511 kukibo ko Kelly Khumalo.
And in your own testimony, you said under cross-examination, between 12 and 2 o'clock on the 27th of October 2014, you did see Kelly Khumalo at that house. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Uyiqiniso ke ukuthi nangalela la ngake ngambona ke yena ke uKelly Khumalo kulo yamuzi.
So this case 375 of 01/2019 saying, or the investigators of this case, they are saying that, in essence, for which we agree with them, that 5 accused who are before this court now, for which you are today the witness to testify against them, they are wrongly prosecuted. What do you say?
I can't comment on that, my lord.
Ukuthi ke laba abahlanu abaphambi kwenkantolo bashushiswe ngendlela engasiyona akunalutho engakusho kulokho.
7 people were supposed to be arrested and prosecuted are in that house, according to this case number. Is there any comment?
No comment again.
Ukuthi ke abantu abasolwa ke noma abasolakala babe kuleyo yamuzi nalapho akunalutho engakusho.
As I categorically stated to you that we are 100% in agreement with case number 375 of 01/2019 as the defense of the 5 accused. Anything?
Nothing.
Nalapha akunalutho engakusho ukuthi ke ninake ngakolona uhlangothi niyavumelana ke nalokho okubhaliwe lana kuleli cala elu 37501/2019.
As I read this, according to the investigating officers of this case number 375, 7 people should be charged with murder of Senzo Meyiwa, defeating the ends of justice, which is times 3. I want to refer you to, I'm just sorry, Your Lordship, I didn't paginate this document. I can just refer him by reading the pages.
Yes.
Thank you. Firstly, let's go to page number 5. Can you see there?
Yes, I can see that, my lord.
That page number 5 reads as follows on top. In the High Court of South Africa, Gauteng Local Division, Johannesburg. Can you see?
I can see that, my lord.
And then the following paragraph says, the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Gauteng Local Division of the High Court of South Africa, who prosecutes for and on behalf of the state, hereby informs the Honorable Court that. Can you see?
I can see that, my lord.
Lemibhalo ke ongikhomba kuyona ke ngiyayibona ikhona la phambi kwami.
And what follows is that people who, according to the investigating officers of this case docket, are supposed to be charged. And then can you see their name in sequence?
Yes, I can see their name.
Ngiyawabona ke nalamagama lana abhaliwe lana abantu ekuthiwa yibona ke ekufanele ukuthi baboshwe futhi ke bavele enkantolo.
Can you read that for the record? Just the name until the last name. You yourself, can you read these names? The way they appear in terms of their accusations.
It's Longwe Twala.
Amagama ke la abantu ababhaliwe ekuthiwa kufanele ukuthi yibona ababoshiwe futhi bajeziselwe lokhu oqala uLongwe Twala.
Who?
Longwe Twala.
Kelly Kumalo.
Okwesibili uKelly Khumalo.
Sorry, when you say Longetwala and then you see that number 3 saying, is the accused number?
It's accused number 1.
Longwe Twala kwase kubhalwa ke umsolo noma umangalelwa wokuqala.
Yes.
And Kelly Kumalo, accused number 2.
uKelly Khumalo umangalelwa wesibili.
Gladness Kumalo as accused 3.
uGladness Khumalo nanjengomangalelwa wesithathu.
Zandi Kumalo as accused 4.
Ube uZandi Khumalo umangalelwa wesine.
Tumelo Madlala as accused 5.
uTumelo Madlala umangalelwa wesihlanu.
Mthokozisi Twala, accused 6.
Mthokozisi Twala umangalelwa wesithupha.
Maggie Piri, accused 7.
Ube uMeggy Phiri yena ke umangalelwa wesikhombisa.
Thank you. The next page. These are the counts. I'll just say for the record, why would these people be charged? Say count 1, murder. There's read with section 155 in brackets 1, comma 256, which is section 256, section 257, and section 258 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, and also read with section 51 subsection 1 of the Criminal Law Amendment Act 105 of 1997.
Amacala ke ekufanele ukuthi bawathweswe noma babhekane nawo ke eloqala elokubulala.
Number 2, defeating the ends of justice.
Okwesibili ukuphazamisana nobulungiswa.
And then explanation under count 1, read as follows. In that, upon or about the 26th day of October 2014, and at or near Boksburg in the sub-district of Ekurhuleni, the accused who acted as perpetrators or accomplice or accessory after the fact unlawfully and intentionally killed Senzo Meyiwa, an adult person, by shooting him.
Ithi-ke imininingwane yaleli lokuqala elokubulala ngokuthi kwathi ziwu-26 October 2014 kwindawo yase-Boksburg Ekurhuleni, abamangalelwa bathi bona-ke ngokungekho emthethweni noma ngokungemthetho nangenhloso babulala uSenzo Meyiwa okuwumuntu osekhulile ngokuthi bamdubule.
The explanation in relation to count 2 of the defeating the ends of justice read as follows. In that, on or about the date and at or near the place mentioned in count 1, the accused did unlawfully and with intent to defeat or obstruct the course of justice, commit an act to, namely, number 1, accused 1 to 6, they hatched a plan and informed the police that they were robbed at gunpoint by unknown persons. Number 2, accused 7, she cleaned the crime scene prior to the arrival of the police, which acts defeated or obstructed the administration of justice. Wherefore, upon due proof and conviction, the said Director of Public Prosecutions prays for sentence against the accused according to law.
Okwesibili ke insolo la zithi khona ke ngalelanga leli noma nangalo eduzane kwendawo le ibisechaziwe ke eBoxburg bathi abamangalelwa ngokungemthetho futhi nangenhloso baphazamisana nobulungiswa ngokuthi beze noma bazame ke isu noma bazame ke iqhinga ukuthi ke batshele amaphoyisa ukuthi bona ke babanjwe inkunzi abantu abahlomile futhi abangabazi. Okwesibili ukuthi umangalelwa wesikhombisa yena ke wabe eseklina ke khona la kwendawo yesehlakalo ekwenza lokho ngaphambilini kokuthi kufike amaphoyisa. Ngokwenza lokho ke kwaba ukuthi baphazamisana nobulungiswa.
So this is case, First Lawrence case 375 of 01 of 2019, which in summation saying, as I've already explained, that the theory is that according to this paragraph 1, it says, simply saying, these 7 people, after Senzo Meyiwa was shot and killed, as I've already mentioned, that our witness will come and testify that Senzo Robert Meyiwa died on the sea at this address. So the investigating officers of this case, they are saying all these stories of somebody or some people entering that house as alleged by the under 636 is nonsensical. These 7 people, they've just hatched a plan. They've planned after they've realized that they've killed Senzo. How are we going to deceive? How are we going to tell the lies to the police that it's not us? Some bodies, in defense of my own client, in this regard, it will be accused number 3 and accused number 2. That under 636 were alleged to have entered that house, for which they don't even know address. So the theory of 375, for which we support 100%, is saying that the relevant people to be charged, the relevant people to come before the court and explain what happened to Senzo Meyiwa on the 26th of October 2014 are them, not my clients. And therefore, our presence, Mr. Msia, before this honorable court, we are saying we agree with the theory of 375. Could the honorable court hear our humble cry, acquit our client, 5 accused here, and the honorable court order the NPA to proceed with indictment against the 7 people in that primary scene of crime.
I think the last part of your question is misguided.
Let me.
The state is the dominus litis in every case. I cannot sit on a bench and order the prosecution to indict anyone.
Thanks for correcting me.
The last part of your comment, I think, is misguided.
Yes. Okay. Specifically, which part, Your Lordship, in relation to say
where you are saying this court should order that the right people be charged.
Okay.
That I should order the NPA to charge the correct people. I mean, that can never be.
There is yes, I've been reminded, Your Lordship, that there is the authority. In the case of Comrade J.G. Zuma versus the state, whereby the court ordered that he be charged as per the insistent. I remember the concern or for the lack of better word, I will say the complainant was the DA in that matter. So that had shown us that the court has got that authority and the power to order the NPA, especially in this regard, because this is a draft. Along the way, NPA was correct initially. It
I
just
think
stopped.
you're comparing situations that are not similar. In the case you are speaking about, the court was presented with everything about the case, the contents of that docket, and it applied its mind. Now you want me seated here without having seen a single statement, without being privy to all that that is involved, to issue an order for the NPA to charge people and make them appear in court. That's not how it runs. There is a separation of duties in our system.
Yeah. Your Lordship, let me.
Maybe we should not argue about that. I mean, the simple fact is that I'm not going there. I'm not going to sit on a bench and order the NPA to charge people.
Let me retract and bring it in this way. Maybe it's because I'm speaking English. I may be thinking in Ndebele but speak English. So I wanted to mean to say, as we've got the Exhibit C here, in the Exhibit C, it was a draft. As I said, initially, the NPA or the DPP, South Gauteng, in Johannesburg, had all intentions and purposes to charge the people in that house, 7 of them. Along the way, the DPP just stopped for the reason known to him or her to proceed with the indictment against the 7 people in that house. And then instead, our client, the 5 accused here, they became scapegoat to avoid arresting these 7 people in that house. That's how it has happened.
All I'm saying to you is that I'm seated on this bench. There are 5 people presented before me. They are accused of crimes. Evidence is being led around the crimes alleged. My duty as I sit here is to evaluate the evidence brought against them and determine whether the case, the state was succeeded, or the case succeeded in proving the cases against them beyond a reasonable doubt. My duty starts and ends there. If I go to issues from other subdivisions and even other divisions and start ordering the prosecutors there to do 1, 2, 3, I think it will be remiss of me to not to consider the fact that that duty lies with other people.
Your Lordship, I fully agree. I agree with that. Can we progress?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I'm only about the second part of your question. The first one, I have no problems about. You may comment if he still remembers, because I think we argued for long.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was too much ahead of myself. Maybe I was too much happy to think that the court will agree with me and my client be released at the end. Yes, Mr. Musia. Do you have any comment on what I said? The last part, as the court corrected, is been withdrawn.
No,
We are left with that last to say. Actually, The relevant people to be charged are those at the primary address. For this, the number is 7. You mention their name. Yes.
No, I got no comment on that, my lord.
ukuthi ke abantu ekufanele ukuthi baboshwe base ke beyajeziswa ke laba bawu7 nalapho anginalutho engakusho.
And based on what has emanated today before this court, that when we put it to you that our witness will testify that after Robert Meyiwa was shot in that house, died at the scene, and later he was taken to Ocelon Hospital under the pretext that, as you are under impression, they are taking him to hospital to save his life. Well, in actual fact, there was no life. The life ended in that house. So, I can further put it to you that, Mr. Msia, that conduct by these people in this house, in particular, the driver of the car, because in terms of the crime of this nature that I will be mentioning, we will first look at the driver as the leading actor, for which the driver was Nontlanda Kilukumar and others, as he cited, that based on that conduct, removing the body from the scene of crime, primary scene of crime, whereby when you came there, you didn't find the body there. This conduct is amounting to defeating the ends of justice and the concealment of the death. What is your response?
No, I cannot comment, my lord.
Ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani umshayeli wemoto athathe umzimba bahambise nawo ke bezama ukuthi baphazamisane nomthetho ukuthi futhi yibona ke abantu ke abakwenza lokho nalapho akukho nje engingakusho.
Okay. And then I'm going to, we're given the charges here. Council below, can Mr. Msia have the charges? Five accused before this court, Mr. Msia. Do you have the charge?
Is this one?
You should have that one, the amended one.
So,
Count 3, you say Ms. Kelly Kumalo or Letness Kumalo. Do you have that, the same one?
Exhibit C or this one?
No, it's not written exhibit, it's just the charges, the indictment.
Okay, yeah.
where is it?
Yeah, for this case,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
636.
Okay.
Do you have the right one?
Yes, I got it, my lord.
Okay. All these counts, 1 to 5, our clients are denying this allegation under 636. Do you have a comment?
I got no comment, my lord.
ukuthi ke abamangalela laba abaphambi kwenkantolo bayayiphika ke le insolo lezi babhekene nazo nalapho anginalutho engalusho.
And I will go through all these 5 counts and solicit the comments from you or response from you. Yes. Count 1. In that, upon or about 26 October 2014 and at or near Vosloorus in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally kill Mr. Senzo Meyiwa, a 30-year-old male, by shooting him with a firearm. Close quote. Can you see and do you understand this charge?
Yes, I understand. I can see, my lord.
Ngiyabona ukuthi ke abamangalela laba ke bamangalela ngani lana kuyisimangalo soqala esiyukubulala yena ke uSenzo Meyiwa oneminyaka ewu30 ubudala owayeneminyaka ewu30 ubudala.
Don't be confused, Mr. Musia. When I read it and I say you understand, it's not meaning that you are the one who's charged. My client are the one who are charged. No, we just want to indicate that we deny. And
Okay, understood.
yes. As it was saying in relation to count 1, that as per the support or the theory of case 375, we don't deny the fact that this son of the soil was gruesomely and murdered during the time when his career is at prime. Five accused are denying these allegations. Instead, we say the theory of case number 375 is spot on by alleging the people, 7 people in that house, to say you are the one responsible for the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. What do you say?
I can't comment on that as well.
Ukuthi ke abamangalela bayiphika insolo nokuthi bathi ke ilabe abantu abawu7 abafanele ukuthi baboshwe nalapho anginalutho engakusho.
And further to this, we are saying, okay, let me leave that one. Let me go to count 2. Count 2, in that, upon or about 26 October 2014, at or near Vosloorus in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally attempt to kill Zandile Lorraine Khumalo, an adult female person, by shooting at her with a firearm. Close quote. Did you hear this and do you understand what is this charge about?
Yes, I do understand, my lord.
Ngiyabona ke nokwesibili ukuthi bamangalela ngokuthi ke bazama ukuthi babulale yena uZandile Lorraine Khumalo.
And this is allegation leveled against the 5 accused here, whereby I'm responsible to defend them. And we deny this allegation. And we said further that Zandile Lorraine Khumalo or any other interested party cannot prove that my clients are responsible for the attempted murder of Zandile Lorraine Khumalo. There might have been other people attempted to do what is alleged here, but not my clients. What is your response?
No comment on that again.
Akho lutho engakusho ngokuthi ke ngale insolo zokuthi bazama ukubulala yena uZandile Lorraine Khumalo.
Count number 3. In that, upon or about 26 October 2014, and at or near Vosloorus in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally assault Ms. Kelly Khumalo, stroke Gladness Khumalo. I found some ambiguity here. Okay, let me not comment. Let me proceed. assault and did with force and violence take a Samsung S4 cellular phone, the property or in the lawful possession of Miss Kelly Kumalo or Gladness Kumalo, and did rob her of same. And did rob her of the same, aggravating circumstances being present in that the accused made use of a firearm. Our client, 5 accused, are denying these allegations against them. Do you have any comment?
No comment, my lord.
Ukuthi ke nale insolo noma nalokho ke isimangalo sokuthi ke bazama ukuthi babulale noma bahlasele yena ke uMiss Kelly Khumalo base bemthathela futhi ne cellphone nalapho anginalutho ngakusho.
Count 4. In that, upon or about 26 October 2014 and at or near Phosphorus in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally have in their possession a firearm 2, namely a 9mm parabellum C7 model 75 pistol with obliterated serial number without being in possession of a license to possess the said firearm. Close quote. This charge, insofar as is leveled against 5 accused before this court, the 5 accused are denying the same. What is your comment?
No comment, my lord.
Nokuthi ke nala abubathi abanaqala nalapho ke anginalutho ngalusho.
Count 5. In that, upon or about 26 of 2014 and at or near Phosphorus in the district of Boksburg, the accused did unlawfully and intentionally have in their possession an unknown quantity of 9mm parabellum caliber ammunition without being in the lawful possession of the firearm capable of firing such ammunition. Close quote. This charge, insofar as it is leveled against the 5 accused before this court, the accused denied. What is your comment?
No comment, my lord.
Nala futhi anginalutho ngalusho ukuthi ke bathi abazilutho ngeinhlamvu.
Thank you. Insofar as case number 636, 10/2014, there will be a witness called to testify, and the testimony will be that Senzo Meyiwa was shot with a firearm which was purported to be the revolver, not 9mm parabellum. What do you say?
No comment on that.
Ukuthi watutshulwa nge-revolver akuyona 9mm parabellum anginalutho ngakusho.
Can we further agree, Mr. Msiya, that in your testimony during April, you have considered, as the forensic investigator, that if there was any shooting happened in that house on the 26th of October 2014, the caliber of the firearm that was used, it cannot be 9mm parabellum, but in your belief it's a revolver. And there's evidence to that effect that the revolver was used based on the projectile. Am I correct?
Can't comment on that.
Ukuthi ke kwasetshenziswa i-revolver akuyona 9mm anginalutho ngalusho.
Now, what I'm doing to you, Mr. Msiya, is just soliciting the confirmation to say, this is in your evidence, it's on record. I just want you to confirm that you have considered that if there was any firearm that shot in that house on the 26th of October 2014, that firearm cannot be 9mm paragraph, but revolver.
I remember the question, my lord. I answered in that manner as an opinion, or in case of in a crime scene where you find that a firearm was used and the cartridges are not found on the crime scene. I was just stating my thinking. In that case, what usually happens where a firearm was used and the cartridge case is not found on the crime scene? It might happen that the firearm used can be a revolver, or else can happen that the cartridges might happen that the perpetrator or the person who shot the firearm can pick up or clean up the cartridges.
Ngiyakhumbula ke loyo mbuzo futhi indlela engaphendula ngayo ke ngangiveza nje uvo ukuthi ke kungenzeka ke ukuthi ke kube yona ke irevolver ngoba la khona kudutshuke khona bese ke ama cartridge ke angatholakali ukuthi umuntu loyo mhlasimbe ebedubula uthe wawacosha.
Yes, what I'm saying is that whether you believe it or not, but your observation is that if is there any other firearm used, or if is there any firearm used to shoot in that house, including the shooting of the deceased, according to your opinion or your observation, that should be a revolver.
I can agree with you, my lord.
Thank you. And furthermore, there is a statement, affidavit under oath of the leading investigating officer, Brigadier Kininda, who is the investigating officer of 636. He himself, in his affidavit, say, as per his investigation, observation, and the information that he got from the eyewitnesses, and further to that, the people who were in the house, they've attested that whoever was alleged perpetrator, intruder, entered there, he had a revolver. It's not me, it's not you, but it's the main man, the leading investigating officer, in his affidavit under oath. He's saying the firearm in the position of the intruder, which in this regard alleged to be my client, accused number 3, he had revolver. Do you have anything to comment?
No, I don't have anything to comment on.
Ukuthi ke umseshi noma ke umphenyi becala ke uGininda uthi yena ke naye uyavuma ukuthi kwakuyi revolver anginalutho engalusho.
And the witness, will come and testify that the intruder, if I have the correct way to say, whoever is alleged to enter that house, he had the revolver, and he used that revolver to shoot Senzo Meyiwa. That witness will testify. Do you have any comment?
No comment on that matter.
Anginalutho engalusho ukuthi ufakazi lo uzozothini.
Your Lordship, I see it's a minute to 3, and then in my honest and faithful intention, I was left with 10 minutes. I don't know if we can pack it for tomorrow, or if it's amenable, I can finish this 10 minutes. I'm in the hands of the court.
Like I told you, I'm available. Even if we were to proceed to the deep of the night, I'm available. But the correctional services should guide us.
As it please the court, Your Lordship.
And in any case, the case number 5, counsel must still cross-examine, so the witness is going to come back in any case. So we can adjourn at this stage.
I'm unable, Your Lordship. That is end of my half-baked cross-examination. Till tomorrow.
For further hearing, may the accused rise. This case is postponed overnight to the 1st of June 2022. The accused shall be in custody. Mr. Musia is warned to be back here in court before 10 tomorrow.
Thank you, madam.
Something maybe I missed it. Did you mention that the Lamakita Bologi people? Oh, maybe that's
the affidavit.
636. No,
He was reading from that draft document that you were talking about. Is it the document in the second matter?
Yeah.
All right.
Colleagues, please can we just maybe confer?
It's